on this date in April 7th, 2016, to honor the legacy of all our martyrs, but in particular, Professor Oyibo's mother, who is a martyr, who has passed on. This is her 1 year anniversary, in which we are honoring her, along with Sandra Bland and all our mothers, to pay respects and to understand Gagut as the only solution to those problems of the death that faces us because we do not understand what Gagut is, and that it's not that just the Gagut that God intended. It's first important that everyone knows the God order. The God order states that God has ordained a black man, Professor G. Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity. Eta sub n exactly represents intelligence. It's the formula for intelligence. And n is the level of intelligence, which God designed for Professor G. Oyibo at n to infinity, hence eta sub infinity. Since the black people share the same genes as Professor G. Oyibo, God has now reordained the black race to be the most intelligent race, richest race, and the most powerful race. It's important to understand that this has been confirmed by Göttingen University. It's been confirmed by a physics professor from a top 20 school and university in India, Professor Krishendu Dasgupta, and it's also been recognized by Yale University, along with other European universities here in America and in Europe. It's important to understand, first of all, that the Yale study was conducted during the time of President Clinton, but more importantly, the Dasgupta message. Dasgupta, if you just bear with me for a minute, you'll be able to see it up on your screens in just 1 second. Dasgupta is a professor from a top 20 university in India. As I was saying, Dasgupta comes from, like I said, a top 20 university in India. You can all see it on your screens. The discovery which you're talking to you about is Gagut, God Almighty's Grand Unified Theorem. Professor Dasgupta is one of those who was hoping to come up with Gagut, but failed ultimately to find it. When he had found out that Professor Oyibo had been blessed by God with the Gagut discovery, the G2j, J equals 0 equation, he wrote an email, which you can see on your screen right now, which says, titled, God's Mission and Dasgupta. You can see it in the part where the cursor is highlighted or circling around. The date of it, as you can see, is Wednesday, July 25th, 2007. And the message reads as follows. Dear Oyibo, good day. I've heard that you've been successful in finding the unified field theory. Congratulations. You are more close to God than any of us. I was also working upon this theory. Since my theory was different, God was different to me. Please write to me, as I would like to know where I was wrong. Thanking you, yours, Krishendu Dasgupta. Dasgupta declared Professor Oyibo as being closer to God than any of us due to the fact that God had permitted Professor Oyibo with the totality of intelligence, which is the eta sub infinity I spoke of earlier. Dasgupta recognized that, and recognized that since God had blessed Professor Oyibo with such intelligence, that he had to be closer to God than anyone, any human being, past, present, or future. In addition, another document, and to also give you some insight into Dasgupta, you will see a paper that's written here, Gauge Conditions for a Billion Chern-Simons System Consistent with Equation of Motion. You'll see here the third name, which I'm circling, shows Krishendu Dasgupta, who is a mathematical physicist. And this is a research work he did back in July of 2006. So, and like I said, he comes from the Department of Physics at Jamia Millia Islamia, which is circled here, which is based in New Delhi, a top 20 university in India. So it's important that the audience understands Dasgupta declaring what he said and why he did so. In addition, there are other documents that are important to understand. There is, for example, a Yale study, which I would like to bring to everyone's attention, that deals with this particular issue as well. For example, one of the bigger problems that is being faced with at this moment is understanding how Gagut has impacted the world, whereas at the same time, many of the people on the audience tonight or today have not really understood what it means for us as a people. Like I just told you, Gagut has ordained the black race the most intelligent, richest, and most powerful race. It's been confirmed by Göttingen University, a German university. It's been confirmed by Asia, which is represented by Professor Dasgupta. But now you're going to see something that's right here in America, which is from Yale University, a study that was conducted during President Bill Clinton's years in 1997, which was funded by the Genome Project. I will put that up on the screen right now so you can all see this particular document. If you look at the page, you'll see coming up the actual abstract of the DNA study that was conducted that is based off of Gagut. You'll see here it is done in, you can see here circled, it's done in 1997. The title of this particular piece is Nuclear DNA, Diversity, and Worldwide Distributed Human Populations. You can see the title at the top. If you look at a little below that on the left-hand side, you will see a name that says here, it's circled, Kenneth K. Kidd. Kenneth K. Kidd, Professor Kenneth K. Kidd, if you look at the superscript B, you'll see that it associates here, the superscript down here, B, that says Yale University School of Medicine, Department of Genetics, 333 Cedar Street, New Haven, Connecticut, 06510 USA. Professor Kenneth K. Kidd is a professor of genetics at Yale University. If you scroll down below, you'll see the abstract of this paper, which I want to bring some attention to. In terms of, Gagut had already determined Professor Gio Yibo to be the most intelligent human being ever created, past, present, and future. But Yale understood that, but then wanted to then see, okay, we know Professor Yibo has been ordained by God with the totality of all intelligence, but how does his people compare? And how do those other people compare with non-blacks? You will see here in on the sixth line, which I'm highlighted, it's circled, 15 polymorphisms. You can see the cursor circling around. 15 polymorphisms were shared amongst most of the populations compared, whereas 13, as I'm circling that now, were found to be endemic to Africans and 4 to non-Africans. What does this mean? It's basically saying that 15 polymorphisms, and polymorphisms has been defined before by Gagut as a measure of intelligence. So when it says 15 polymorphisms, that's common amongst all human beings. What it is saying is, when it says here, where 13 sites were found to be endemic to Africans, that particular part is basically saying that in addition to the 15 polymorphisms, we have 13 polymorphisms that are additional for African or black people. So if you add those two sets together, 15 plus 13, you get a totality of 28 polymorphisms for black people. If you go beyond that, it says there are 4 for non-Africans. Non-Africans represent your whites, Asians, Jews, and so forth. If you take the 15 polymorphisms and add that to 4, 15 plus 4 is 19. 19 polymorphisms are for the non-blacks. What this is saying is that black people are the most intelligent race with an N count of 8 to sub N. The N is, for this case, as seen by the Yale study, as 28 for the black or Africans, and 19 for the non-blacks or non-Africans, whites, Asians, Jews, and so forth. This can simplify roughly to a ratio of 5 for the blacks to 3 to non-blacks. It's an approximation. It's not exact, but an approximation. The reason why this approximation is critical is that once you understand this approximation is a 5 for the blacks to 3 to the non-blacks, you can see it's an inversion of what Jim Crow had tried to propagate towards the black people in terms of thinking themselves as supposedly 3/5 of a human being. What Gagut has proven is that 3/5 of a human being has now been inverted. It's not 3/5 of a human being, it is now 5/3 of a human being. And 5/3, as you know, even though it is an improper fraction, it is what we call, if you take that improper fraction and change it to a mixed numeral, it's 1 2/3. And 1 2/3 makes it 167% approximately 167% if you consider a human being to be 100%. 167% can be seen as superhuman. So black people have been ordained by God through Gagut to be now recognized as superhumans and to be the most intelligent race. So it is upon this that we want to share tonight with everyone the Gagut sanctity and eternity of life. The message that we want to share with everyone is to get people to understand that now, in light of us being blessed by God with the totality of all intelligence, that is blessed through Professor Yibo with Aegis of Infinity, that there's no basis for black people to die or any people to die, and that we've gotten too comfortable with death only because there is an ignorance in terms of not understanding life and understanding how life can be protected. So the message we want to share with everyone today and tonight is that God order about Gagut and how it saved the lives of all our people. That is what we want to share with everyone, and we're going to have a question session, but just before we continue, we want to quickly add that God Almighty's grand unified theorem, nicknamed Gagut, G.I.J., J equals 0, is recognized as the ultimate revelation from God. It has been heavily censored since it was revealed in 1990. That censorship has been spearheaded by Jim Crow and other institutions that hate black people. Jim Crow and its allies perpetrated this censorship by intimidating and bribing media sources and other institutions globally. This intimidation and bribery includes threats of withdrawals from advertisement funds from media and other institutions that include universities and other educational institutions. This censorship has become the primary technique to ignore the Gagut revelation. And Jim Crow is hoping that such a strategy can help erase Gagut from humanity's memory, so they can take or claim the credit for Gagut eventually. That unfortunate strategy has led to the loss of millions of lives globally. And God has ordered that evil strategy eliminated right now. Since the God order, which I'm sharing with you, has been suppressed for over 25 centuries, it has been updated by God during 1990. By God ordaining a black man, Professor Oyibo, Professor Gabriel A. Oyibo, with the ultimate intelligence of eta sub infinity infallibly, where eta sub n exactly represents intelligence, and n the level of intelligence, which God designed for Professor Oyibo, n to be infinity, hence eta sub infinity. And since we as black people share the same genes as Professor Oyibo, God has now reordained the black race to be the most intelligent, richest, and powerful or most undefeatable race. This is how God has ordained and recalled the black people into global leadership. One of the reasons why we are in mourning in memory of Professor Oyibo's mother, her 1 year anniversary. This is Hadisatu Okumaji Oyibo. We are honoring the memory and mourning the memory of the 1 year anniversary of Professor Oyibo's mother, because she herself talked about how disgusted she was over the high level or the large numbers of deaths that were taking place in Nigeria along with the rest of the world. How black people were being murdered one way or another by Jim Crow, or black babies or children were being used by Boko Haram and strapped with bombs to kill one another. This has been ordered to stop through Gagut. In addition to Mrs. Hadisatu Okumaji Oyibo, Professor Oyibo's mother, we're also honoring the memories of Sandra Bland, Sergeant James Brown, Terrell Day, Jeremy McDowell, Trayvon Martin, Laquan McDonald, Michael Brown, Eric Gardner, and all of the others who have recently transformed on due to lynchings, James Anderson as well as Gunn. We are praying that all their souls now be honored in light of the Jim Crow terrorism that, in terms of lynching that took place, and which God has ordered us to stop. One of the means we are ordered to stop is by listening to the message that we're delivering to you today. In addition, we have been ordered to erect Gagut monuments of the G.I.J., J equals 0 formula, which tell the world never again in terms of the terrorism of the black people by Jim Crow. just like the Jewish Holocaust was ended by E = MC squared monuments, which said never again. It is extremely important that the people understand that E = MC squared, the equation coming from Einstein, is but one equation that came out of infinite number of equations that are contained within the Gagut equation of Gij, comma j = 0. That equation had a monument erected in Berlin. And that equation was, in effect, rescued the Jewish people. And that monument was erected in Berlin in honor of that equation. If you can understand that E = MC squared is but one out of an infinite subset of Gij, comma j = 0, you will then understand that this proves that Gagut and the Gij, comma j = 0 equation qualifies for infinite number of monuments in every city hall in the world. And it requires urgent action from everyone to demand every government and their leaders to erect such monuments immediately. Anyone having further questions about that can call us at 631-242-3069 or respond to us through our email, which is John, or you can reach me at johnglover199@gmail.com. And at this moment, we're going to connect over Professor Yibo. And our guest today is Engineer Dahiru Abba, who will be also part of the broadcast as well. He is one of the people who is going to be basically dealing with a lot of the asking some of the questions that most of the people should be asking regarding the actual terrorism by Jim Crow against the Black people and how we should be understanding the God Almighty's grand unified theorem and the Gagut sanctity and eternity of life that comes through Gagut. So without any further ado, we're going to, and he's also representing a Professor Dembo, who is one of the major mathematicians from Nigeria. He is one of his staff. So we're hoping that everyone is ready and that we're going to be able to broadcast and share the God order and God news with everyone so that they can understand they are meant to live, not to die. Is everyone ready? We just have a slight problem. We're trying to get Mr. Abba on at the moment. He seems to have some sort of connection problem, but just bear with us. Just bear with us. We're having some slight technical problems. Please hold. Dahiru, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Good. Just say hello to the people. The people want to know you, sir. Just give a quick introduction to yourself and we're ready to begin.
Okay. My name is Dahiru from Nigeria, and I'm the representative. I'm among the members of Gagut in Nigeria. I'm representing Professor Dambo to attend this conference. So he is not opportune to attend the conference. So he assigned me to attend the conference on behalf of him.
That's very good, sir. Now, without any further ado, we're going to connect over Professor Yibo. Just bear with us, and we're going to connect him on. So just hold. Yes. Okay. Without any further ado, here's Professor Yibo.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dahiro, Engineer Dahiro, and good afternoon to the whole world.
Yes.
The great human family. It's a pleasure to be here to talk to you on the anniversary of my mother's transforming. It's the terminology we use here for passing away or dying and so on, because we see the whole process as a transformation. And so this is 1 year after she transformed on last year. And I remember that she was in a lot of pain, not so much from the health problems, but the anguish of seeing children, Black children, being killed and being buried. And she reached a point where she was saying that she was tired of burying young people. And Boko Haram was raging, and all kinds of death was happening. And what was also more disturbing to her was that she was seeing how people were trying very hard to get used to it, to be numb about it, to really stop feeling the death, which is total contradiction to her own experience in terms of the culture of the Black people, where mourning of people, transforming all is a very serious business, to the point where sad clothes or sackcloths are designed by Africans to mourn the death. And what was happening in these times where she was very, very, very much in suffering, was that not only were people not mourning the death because of the sheer numbers of the death, and she would say to me, the death rate simply too much. They can't cope up with the burial. And the imams and the priests and rabbis and everybody else were gathering steady, burying people, saying prayers and funerals and so on. So it was just too much. It was extraordinary for her. And so, so we had to really persuade her. In many ways, she was feeling guilty to still be alive, even though she was approaching her 98. She was 98 years old. Now, most people, especially in the current state of things, would say, wow, she had no business. Or, technically, there would be no basis to mourn her death because she was just too old, okay? But when, in her experience, she had a mother that lived to be 125 years old. So, obviously, she was too young compared to her mother to die at 98 years old, which is one of the reasons why she was feeling the death of so many people across Nigeria, across the continent, and whatever she hears from the diaspora, she knew that Black people were disappearing at an extraordinary rate. So, the members of the family tried to work with her to cope with that shock, because it was a definite shock for her. A couple of years earlier, on arrival of Gagut, she was interviewed by one of the Nigerian newspapers. A newspaper from Lagos came all the way to her house in Ida to interview her what if she had any memory of things that led to Gagut. And she had to relay some of the messages she got spiritually from, psychics, people who could see past and futures, from a blind man, which is typical in African culture, people who are gifted to see the future and the past. Many times they have, they have a loss of eyes or can't even hear or something like that. They have one kind of loss, but a surprising thing is, even though they lose the ability to see or hear, yet they have this extraordinary power of being able to see visions of the future. And so my mother and my father actually went in to see him when my older sister, called Laraba was my older sister. She was a baby. I wasn't in the world then. Okay, she was a young girl who was sick, not feeling well, and my mother actually took her to see this psychic, this mystery seer, this future seer, to ask him, what are the chances of my sister Laraba, of surviving the sickness. And to her shock and devastation, the psychic told my mother, my older sister Laraba will not survive the sickness. And that was devastating to my mother. So she recalled during this interview that incident, something she never told me previously, until the coming of Gagut. So the psychic consoled her and said he was sorry for the bad news of my sister Laraba not surviving the sickness. However, he said to him, there is one that is coming after Laraba that God was sending into the world to deliver the God order, God's message to the world. And that will come, he will be a boy, and he will follow Laraba, after Laraba's transforming on. And so my mother heard that, but refused to accept it because her focus was on her little girl. She couldn't really identify with me because I wasn't in the world yet. Okay. So because of the devastating news about my sister, older sister, Sister Laraba, she didn't pay attention to what the psychic was saying about my coming next after Sister Laraba. And so she left, and as the psychic predicted, my sister transformed on, as a result of that sickness. And of course, my mother went into mourning, wearing the sackcloths and things like that, which is typical of, the culture of the African, the African culture, which is you mourn death, by wearing sad clothes or sackcloth and things like that for months and months and months, which is your appreciation of the preciousness of life as God's most important blessing to a creature. So she left and then went into this mourning, and after a year or so, I arrived following my sister Laraba after she was buried. And she got pregnant, and I came out of that pregnancy. And I came out as a boy, as was predicted by the psychic, and so on. And okay, here's another child. She would have preferred it if I was a girl to replace Sister Laraba but I came out as a boy. That wasn't particularly great for my mother. But so now, if that was not enough, I skipped crawling as a baby. You know, I got up one day and began walking. Way at the time I was supposed to be crawling. I got up and walked my way out. And she was horrified. And everybody there, her friends, were horrified as well. She said, wow, what she was told by the psychic was just the beginning of the horror to come. I said something, I said, an extraordinarily weird kid, you know, because they had not seen anything like that. Many mothers can, you know, confirm that a child doesn't, you know, have to crawl first before they walk. In this case, I skipped the crawling part. So it added to her view of me as being, you know, crazy child or a weird child. So, you know, so I allowed that to continue, and a few other things happened in between, and eventually, you know, in the Arabic school, again, a lot of weird things happened. I could recite a lot of things in the Quran and all this other stuff. You know, I hardly needed teachers to go through those kind of things. And then from there, transferred into the Christian schools, and then, you know, start studying the Bible after the Quran. And then, you know, again, similar things were shown. So moved on to elementary school, then high school, and so on and so forth. And then for my mother, when eventually the word began to go around the world, especially in Nigeria, and everybody was coming to the house and said, Baraka, Mama, Baraka, Mama, Baraka. And, and she was saying, you know, what is all this, you know, greetings about? What's going on? And then they say, Audu, that's the name they call me, my name I was born with, Abdullahi. And so she asked them, what's going on? They said, well, it has to do with Audu, you know. And they say, what's going on with Audu? Have they killed him? Is he dead or what? Why are you telling me Baraka, Baraka? You know, and then, you know, finally they told her, well, you know, there's something that God revealed to Audu. And, you know, about, you know, human beings and equations and all the other stuff. And he said, oh, yeah? And he said, yes. And then she began to think. And obviously that took her back to the prediction by the psychic. And she began to talk to herself and say, yeah, the psychic did say that this child was going to come on with a revelation from God. You know, so she began to recollect what she was told. So eventually, these newspapers will come over to her house, all the way from Lagos and some from Abuja, from Kaduna. They will come over and you know, she'll give them accommodation. They will interview her and say, well, what do you remember about Audu? And then, you know, then she began to, you know, reveal this thing she never told me about, you know, and that, yes, you know, the psychic told her that Audu would come with a God news to the world. And they gave them some more details. So they tried to get, you know, as much details from her as possible. So, you know, eventually, on seeing these horrors that were going on with the children and other men and women that were dying at such an incredible rate, she began to pray. You know, quite a few imams will come over to our house, you know, on occasion of my father's anniversaries, and pray and hope that somehow through this revelation, things are going to change for the better, where people would actually begin to appreciate life and go back to the African culture of mourning the death, expressing grief at a loss of a life, you know, and of course, And she would, every time I call her, she would explain that. Eventually led to her having a stroke. She was so devastated by the process, you know. And all she could think of is, if she continued to stay alive, you know, even I would be dead, and the children would be dead, the grandchildren would be dead, and there would be nobody to bury her. And that was a serious concern for her. She was extremely sad. So that led to her having a stroke. And then God ordered me to put her on the Gagotical treatment, a Gagotical medicine, you know, where she was treated with boiled water. The treatment calls for distilled water, but because Nigeria had not been introduced to the drinking of distilled water yet, the only water which I could, prescribe in place of the distilled water was boiled water. So I would ask Nigerians and other parts of the world to start boiling that water before they drink. And slowly but surely, the American public was responding, and European countries were responding to the God order to drink distilled water. So, for example, I can show you a bottle of distilled water now. This is a bottle of distilled water here from an American supermarket. It's a distilled water. It is now being sold in a food supermarkets all around America. It's a multi-billion-dollar business now that is now served on dining tables of almost every family now, as a result of the Gagut revelation that says the only water human beings should be drinking is distilled water. These kind of bottles now are supposed to be distributed in Nigeria. You can see the labeling here, distilled water. Is the water most Americans are now drinking because God ordered it through Gagut. This is the first most impactful effect of Gagut. And people's health are responding to it. So in this broadcast, this message is going out to President Buhari to make this distilled water his own drinking water and the drinking water of the presidency, to show the Nigerians and other Africans, by God order through Gagut, this is the only water that must be consumed by human beings. This is already happening in America here. This was bought from the supermarket, the food market right now is being distributed. This is happening. This must be happening now in Nigeria. That's the first step of preserving lives in Nigeria and all the other African countries. In addition, God is asking President Buhari to order the Nigerian distilling manufacturing, the distilling company, to expand their production of distilled water, to produce enough distilled water for the Nigerian population as well as the rest of African population, and by extension even to make Nigeria a distribution center for distilled water for humanity. Symbolically, because Gagut originated from Nigeria. This message that is now changing the whole world, as you can see in my hand, was ordered by God through Gagut. And I understand that engineer Dahiru, who spent some time at the distillation company in Kaduna, was aware that the distilling company produced distilled water, but because they never heard the Gagut order of humanity drinking distilled water, they were only using it for the traditional use of it, which is for batteries and mixing of drugs. As a matter of fact, the only reason the drugs work, the major reason the drugs work is because the drugs use distilled water. The major benefit from the drugs as a result of this water, because it's the cleanest water, it's the closest to H2O, which God used in creating human beings. So this is what my mother should have been drinking, but he didn't drink it. And women across the entire Nigeria and all human beings. By the next time I talk to Nigeria, I like to see a serious plan where the president makes the distilled water the drinking water for the presidency, the villa, and that the government, staff must be drinking the distilled water. You will see the miracle of how the reverse of the death rate that is occurring right now in Africa will be turned around. That is what it's doing here. Mathematician, young professor John Glover knows the experience with distilled water. And you understand, when you drink distilled water, it does miracles, because that's the water which God used in creating us. The human body has close to 70% distilled water in our body. It is not bottled water. It is not spring water. It is not tap water. It's not filtered water. It's not alkaline water. It's H2O. And the closest to the H2O is distilled water. So my message from God through Gagut, that's how you know a message comes from God, is if it comes through Gagut. And the proof it comes from God in terms of coming through Gagut is what I just showed you. God did not create us with bottled water because that has impurities in it. God created us with the H2O. And the closest thing to the H2O that human beings can produce is distilled water. So what happens in this revelation is that Nigeria now must be producing through the refineries in Nigeria, expanding their production capabilities that will provide jobs for the graduates of the Nigerian universities and other schools, technical schools. The production, just like President Buhari is said to be embarking on the production of pencils, the distilled water is also fundamental, except this is a critical part of our longevity, of our health. This will put a serious dent on the huge rate of death that is occurring right now in Nigeria. That's a God order. And I'd like this broadcast to be passed on to Mr. President. If he's able to implement this, if he's able to order the Nigerian refineries to start producing large volumes of distilled water for consumption, not only for the entire population of Nigeria, but the entire population of Africa to begin with. Eventually going to be importing it to India, to America, to Europe. That will also solve the problem of unemployment. That will put a dent in the recruitment dynamics for Boko Haram. That would begin a process of what God ordered me to deliver to Nigeria in 2004, when the Nigerian government invited me under President Obasanjo, whose his commander, President General Murtala Mohammed, had actually facilitated my coming over to finish my PhD in the United States. During the time he was planning to respond to the terrorism of the Black people in the Sudan, before he was assassinated himself, President General Murtala Mohammed had facilitated my going to America. And although I didn't return back seeing him alive, his legacy must be continued. He had the purpose of facilitating my going to America to pursue a degree. Obviously, Gagut came out of that. And so on and so forth. So his commitment to the respect, his commitment to the respect of the lives of the Black people who were foreigners coming over. The foreigners coming into our land and are arrogant enough and stupid enough to pretend they can enslave the Black people. President Murtala Mohammed told them that was not only ungodly, but he told them it was unacceptable, and he was ready to respond. A part of the response was to send me to America to finish a PhD. And he was waiting for a message from me. And so I came back not seeing him alive. However, I'm delivering the same message to successor. Now, President Buhari. And although unconsciously President General Obasanjo did invite me to Nigeria, he was not able to make the connection that was a continuation of his comrade, his friend who was the president while he was the second in command, his commander, General Mohammed. Okay? But he did act accordingly. So now the next stage is to put substance into what President Murtala Mohammed was actually hoping to see. That substance includes the welfare of the Black in the entire world, including Nigeria. He wanted to see Black people respected very seriously. So, and since Buhari, who obviously knows who President Murtala Mohammed is, and I'm pretty sure had a lot of respect, I'm sure very seriously by immediately, telling the Nigerian refineries to begin the in order to realize what the dreams of President Murtala Mohammed. So my mother was put, in absence of distilled water in Nigeria, she was put on the Gagut distilled water therapy, except there was no distilled water. And all the people in the Nigerian hospitals needs to be drinking the distilled water. Distilled water should be the only water that is served to the patient in the hospitals. And every home must be drinking distilled water. That is the order from God. So we're lucky that the refineries already have the facilities to produce distilled water. They just now need to expand our production immediately, like since yesterday. As you know, my first lecture in 2004 indicated, during my being introduced to Nigeria in the university's research programs project with Professor Dedikwe and Professor Abdul Kadri and Professor Kebukola sharing the situation, I told them the definition, the Gagotical definition of a nation, which the public responded to immediately, but it since has been dropped. That definition of a nation, in other words, for Nigeria to call itself a nation, they must understand the Gagut definition of a nation, which is a marriage between universities and other educational institutions and industries. That is what Gagotical definition of a nation is. And until Nigeria is able to marry the universities and other education institutions to industry, which is what is the basis of productivity, production, things like Boko Haram and the Biafra movements and the Delta movements and the Middle Belt movement and the Sokoto movement will begin to erupt. They're tired of staying idle, doing nothing with their brains, which was a design of Jim Crow through the so-called colonization. Colonization was to come and demolish our brains, paralyze our brains, which is what we call the acquired intelligence deficiency syndrome. It paralyzes us with what is called a Boko Haram. A Boko Haram. That is what is a sophistication. The colonial education was a Boko Haram, except it's not just Boko, it's also Arabic Haram. The Arabic school and the Boko schools are the same thing. They were paralyzing our education, which is what we invented. God created us with the education that is intelligence. We have the most intelligence. That's what Professor Glover was showing you a little while ago. We're on top of the intelligence ladder. So neither Boko or Arabic have any credentials to be our student, let alone being our teachers. Arabic teacher, Boko teacher, that is a fraud. That's not real. It's impossible. Everything they know are things we thought we were teaching them. Therefore, the document I will share with you a little while ago is an extremely serious document. That's a testimony direct from their best school, one of their best schools, which is Yale University, that confirmed the God order, which Professor Glover, young Professor Glover, shared with you a little while ago. Okay? And if you didn't believe that before Gagut, with the coming of Gagut, you don't have a choice now, because Gagut is the infallible truth about everything, means the solution, infallible solutions to every problem, known and unknown to humanity. That came through me. Take a look at me again. You will have absolutely no doubt I am a black man. And so for an Arab think he can enslave me or my relatives or my people, or that the Boko people think they can teach me, that shows that is an impossibility. Because I not only have an idea about knowledge of everything, I know everything infallibly. That's what that means. That's why I'm able to see through all this here. So Mr. President, who must be given this video, need to now deal with the God order. He already is starting from a good starting point, which is that he's natural as a black person. He's designed to be about righteousness. Righteousness comes easy to people with intelligence, because righteousness is a way of life for God, who is not only the most intelligent, but God is the intelligent, God self. That's the difference between God and myself. God gave me eta sub infinity, and there's a formula for eta sub n, which is the exact revelation of the, the expression for intelligence, exact, precisely, infallible. I'm going to show you that formula a little while ago. And this is what is devastating to both the Boko and Arabic, pretending they can teach black people. So because it wasn't a real teaching, because it's an impossibility for an ant to teach a human being. Okay? So what comes out was expected, which is their teaching was a haram. Unfortunately, our people only call it Boko Haram, Boko Arabic Haram. It's a more complete color. Because none of those have the abilities to teach the black people anything. So through using that propaganda, they demolish our educational systems. And so disintegrated us into becoming into non-productive. And so began to, in other words, we go through this haram and then come out and be unable to do anything for ourselves. We became beggars. Africans never beg. We have our people on the street begging for alms. That's total un-African. Africa is too proud to beg anybody for anything. It was the onslaught of the foreigners because we have been dismantled. Our system has been dismantled. Our nations were dismantled. We had industries and schools married together. Timbuktu was dismantled. Timbuktu was one of our headquarters of our universities. And before Timbuktu, there was Kemet, where we have established learning systems where foreigners come to learn. We are the authors of universities. So, so we then demolished through the Boko and Arabic education haram, we became beggars. And so being idle forced us into doing evil things. There's a saying that says, the idle minds are the devil's workshop. Our minds became idle minds. Our minds became idle. And so when they become in a coin up, see, this is extremely very skillful on the part of our enemies. When they say Boko Haram, even though it's partial, it makes a lot of sense. The Boko that we're having is a haram, means it's a fraud. It wasn't real. So, but if it's Boko Haram, that means Africans are the victim of the haram. The black people are the victims of the haram. Even though they say Boko is just the Western, the Eastern, education is also a haram. So these two haram Africans are victims of the haram. So when they put out the word Boko Haram, the Africans see it as a statement of the truth, which is true. Any education you have and you can't feed yourself. I remember my father telling the European, the DO in the area, who was encouraging him to go to the university. And he asked the European administrator, the DO, and he said, well, you want me to go on the path, you want to send me to Oxford and so on. But he said to him, he said, what if I return from Oxford and one day you decided you're not going to give me a job? You're not going to give me a job. Then how do I feed my family? That's what my father asked the European. And the European couldn't answer the question. So my father then told him, he said, well, I'm sorry, I can't go to Oxford. I can't go into education and go to Oxford because my family is number one. I have to be in a position to feed my family. Now, if every black man, responded like my father, we would not be in the trouble we are today. Problem is, our people were conned and being told that someday things are going to be better. And so our nations were destroyed. A nation is a marriage between industries and universities and other schools, where the learning from the universities is brought into the industry and things are produced, like sophisticated agriculture that produces food that we need, which is a very primary part of our need. So the universities must be teaching agricultural science. They're teaching the design of the tractors, the farming equipment, so as to mechanize the farming, so as to make the farming a lot of fun, so that when you're farming, you'll be sweating, you'll be driving your trucks, I mean your caterpillars, the things, the mechanical systems, and you'll be having a lot of fun. So as if you're driving your leisure car. So farming will not be any difficulty anymore. Okay? Our people are already doing things like that before the foreigners came in. So now, after destroying the integrating the marriage between industries and universities and technical colleges, we now became unable to feed ourselves. We now became idle. We became beggars. We became disrespected. So people will come around and pretend they're enslaving us. People will come around and pretend they're and we go on and pay a lot of money, send government budget, you know, to train people abroad, and they come back home empty-handed. That's what makes it haram. Therefore, it's gagotical to say Boko and Arabic education haram. Now, where our enemies use that as a military strategy to say, look, they use that buzzword and we can understand it is the truth. Boko is a haram and Arabic education is a haram. So then, but then turn it around, because if it's a haram to us, if foreign education is haram to us, then we are the victims. So if there's any righteous response to such a haram that is righteous or makes sense or that is rational, then it will be against foreigners. The Boko Haram, if it was living up to its name, will be taking issues against foreigners, not black people. This is extremely important to understand. This is what must end Boko Haram. If Boko Haram was a proper terminology, it will go to the source of the Boko. It will take issues with the source of the Boko. That is the haram. He will go to the source of the Boko, not the victims, the black people. This is the God order. It will go to the Arabic education source. That is the haram. Those are the ones perpetrating the haram, not the black people who are victims of the haram. That is what is causing the problem. That's what makes the war, the Boko Haram war, a fake war that is persecuting the victim of the haram. Let me go over that again. Boko and Arabic education haram comes from foreigners, comes from outside of Africa. So if anybody is using that name and trying to deal with that problem, they will go and take on the foreigners and ask them to stop the haram. That's where it's supposed to be. So therefore, because the victims are being persecuted under the so-called Boko Haram, it means Boko Haram is a military strategy of our enemies to kill us. That's what every black person involved in the Boko Haram must understand, the God order, and thereby take on the foreigners who brought in the haram. The haram comes from foreigners, not from Nigerians or the Cameroonians or the people from Niger or the Chad Republic people. It comes from the foreign land, the Europeans and the Arabs. That's where the Boko and the Arabic education, Haram, comes from. So unless they want to change that name, they should not be attacking the black people in Africa. It's a God order that passed on to every participant in the Boko Haram. That's the God order. It's Gagutical. Therefore, it must be obeyed. It comes from God. God is tired of God watching God's creatures being demolished. For President Buhari, he has to understand it is more than just a political problem. It's an issue of the order of the Creator, who has ordered me to go and stop the bloodshed. God ordered me to end the Boko Haram war. Because number one, it is not a Boko Haram war. It's a military confusion. Using the proper terminologies, the appropriate, a wrong terminology to describe what is going on. What is going on is an attempt at annihilating the black race in Boko Haram. But they're using a code name that's the exact opposite of what is going on. And what must be understood by foreigners now is they cannot fool Africans. Africans are too damn smart for them to confuse us. So they're agents, whether they're in Zaria or they're in Borno or they are in Gala, at the boundary between Nigeria and Cameroon, in Adamawa province, or they're in Sokoto, or in the boundary near Daura. It must now stop. You can't be killing the most precious human race. That's suicidal. And Iran boasting about Nigeria is not too far from Iran. They must understand one simple thing. That Buhari has a possibility of developing Afro-Trojan bomb that will swallow everything Iran has and the rest of the world has, including Russia and America. Afro-Trojan bomb. Africa is not a place to mess with. You can't mess with Africans. To mess with Africans is like trying to mess with God. God is your creator. Don't mess with God. Because Africans are your superiors. By your own ranking, you rank Africans to have ATAS of 28. That's your own evaluation. As opposed to your own ATAS of 19. You are nowhere near Africans. So to try to pretend you are controlling or conquering Africans. Let me give you an example of what that is like. It's like a 2-year-old baby taking a gun and trying to threaten his mother. That's a parallel. A 2-year-old that depends on the mother very badly takes a gun and tries to shoot the mother. And then tells the mother, if you don't bow down for me and call me master, I will shoot you dead and shoot myself dead. The mother, of course, who is far more superior in intelligence, will do what the 2-year-old says. In order to stop the little child from killing her mother, even if all she did is to kill her mother, he's already dead himself. Because the mother won't be there to give him food. He cannot produce food for himself. So by killing the mother, he has already committed suicide. So if you replace the black people as a mother and the bad boy, the 2-year-old, as the non-blacks, you will see the parallel of the reality of what's going on currently. So the little baby could even be a girl. The little baby's IQ is equivalent to the ATAS of 19. And the mother or the father, the parent, his IQ is equivalent to the ATAS of 28, which is the parallel, the one-to-one correspondence. That's the black people and the non-blacks. The non-blacks are the babies. There's no way, shape, or form that such babies can really conquer and dominate the parents who have ATAS of 28 as intelligence. That's geometry. That's geometry right there. It's not a joke. So what has been happening is black people have been playing the role of that parent, the mother who was taken hostage by a 2-year-old, because like the mother, the black people do not want to see human race annihilated. The black race had the capability to annihilate the rest of the world way back before 2,500 years ago, when those people came on our shores. And like this child, they held us hostage. And rather than blowing them away because they're already suicidal, we pretended to say, oh yeah, we give up, we surrender. And in the process, pretended that we were less intelligent. To the point where we lost our mind in effect because we're allowing them to so-called teach us. They couldn't teach us. There's no way they could teach us. They don't have, it's like asking animals to teach us anything. Asking animals to teach human beings something. That's not possible. That's the dynamics of the IQ that was given. When Gagut came out, obviously, by blessing me with the understanding, infallible understanding of every knowledge through Gij, j equal to 0, that automatically says I have the ultimate intelligence. That's an informal way of stating that. If I know everything, intelligence is the act of understanding. So if I understand everything, which is what the formula proved, then that means I have the totality of intelligence. And although God has the totality of intelligence also, the huge difference between God and me is, of course, that God feels God's intelligence in real space-time. In other words, God is the real intelligence. He's actually intelligent. And what God has done for me is to allow me the extraordinary privilege of understanding God, which is the totality of whatever there is to be understood. Therefore, it is the totality of intelligence. That's infallible. If you listen to my speech, you will know. You got a feel for that. And if not, go in and see Gij, j equal to 0. And Professor Iya Abubakar, legend mathematician, legendary mathematician. You know, when he encountered the Gagut presentation in Abuja, I saw him holding his jaw, looking into it, soaked into Gagut on the high table in Abuja. And when it was all over, he walked on and called a press conference. And he said, Gagut is a very big breakthrough. For a genius like him, it takes a lot for him to make that statement. It's a very big breakthrough. And especially with the Cambridge culture, where learned people are supposed to be very, very conservative. In other words, when he said it is a very big breakthrough, he was being conservative. And he turned around and he said, you know what? Not only is it a very big breakthrough, it is perfectly correct. That's again words that people of his caliber, very few of them of course, would hardly use unless they're compelled to use the word. It is perfectly correct. In that process, he declared that Gagut not only was a perfect equation, but for the understanding of everything, but he also verified the solution, which is eta sub n, is also a perfect solution to that understanding of everything. In that way, in 2004, he declared the G2j solution of eta sub 0 for Riemann hypothesis was in there. And his testimony confirmed that solution was in there perfectly correct. That's a real mathematician. That's a legendary mathematician. Even his critics, the foreign critics of his, call him a first-class mathematician. When you have obtained a PhD from Cambridge in mathematics at such a young age, you can't be anything but a genius. And he didn't hold back when he gave that press conference. And then went on to tell the Nigerian University Commission to start teaching Gagut immediately. Something the foreigners came and stopped as soon as I left Nigeria. He asked the Nigerian students to be sent over to the faculties of technology to learn Gagut, so as to begin the process of recreating Nigeria and Africans as a real nation where universities and industry will marry. That's the only way you can call yourself a nation. Right now, Nigeria is not a nation. So Professor Buhari has a lot of job to do. He has to create a nation. There is no nation there yet without Gagut in place. Gagut has to be taught in schools, as was recommended by Professor E. Abubakar, a person who has been a defense minister and being a powerful force in the Senate of Nigeria, and now being a university president, and now being a foreign minister and everything else. This man knows what Nigeria needs for sure. And his recommendation is embodied in the Nigerian Senate motion, GSM 151. The Nigerian motion 151 is where that was spelled out legal. That's what must now be implemented by President Buhari. And it could begin with the process of recognizing not only the Gagut as a revelation from God, but specifically the G2j solution must be recognized immediately. Because like Professor E has said, it is perfectly correct. That was indicated in Nigeria in 2004. In 2005, Göttingen, where the problem was posed, where the problem originated from, recognized Gagut in the same spirit as Professor E. Abubakar, where they declared Gagut as the center of the show. They celebrated Gaud along with Gagut by placing Gagut at the center of the show. They recognized Gagut as the ultimate revelation from God, as the understanding of everything, and thereby the total understanding of mathematics. President Buhari's journey to deal with corruption must begin with recognition of the G2j solution. That is way overdue. It's a God order for him to announce the recognition of the G2j solution, which even young engineer Dahiru witnessed and was taught he could feel it in his veins. The same to Professor Dambo. The same thing with any real mathematician on the planet. The same thing from Göttingen University. When they entered in Gagut as the center of the show, as a God Almighty grand unified theorem, they recognized, like Professor Abubakar did, that then all the solutions of mathematics problems are embodied in a grand unified theorem. A theorem is a solution to a math problem. So when you have a grand unified theorem, it means you have the solution to every math problem in that grand unified theorem, including the G2j solution. So President Buhari must stop the embarrassment that is now hanging over the heads of black people by us showing we do not understand what Professor Abubakar is doing. That Gagut contains the solution to every math problem, including the Riemann hypothesis problem. It's an embarrassment that there's any doubt about such a thing in Nigeria. And for mathematicians like the ones that apparently are being used by Jim Crow to cause confusion and more wars in Nigeria, like Opayemi Enoch, it's also an embarrassment as a mathematician not understanding that the G2j solution, the Riemann hypothesis, already has been proven in 2004. Where was he when that was presented in Nigeria? Pretending he's not aware of that solution is an embarrassment to him and his people. And he needs to go and apologize for pretending he didn't understand the G2j was already in existence. 25 years. And he's talking about he has solved a problem that was 156 years old. When the problem was already solved, when the problem was 132 years old. It's more than 23 years behind the solution. Certainly was recognized in Nigeria by Professor Abubakar, who Professor Dambo represented during the December 28th presentation, who did not hold back and said, yes, Gagut is the theorem that represents all theorems and thereby all mathematics, and thereby acknowledge the G2j solution, the perfect infallible solution to Riemann hypothesis. So Opayemi must stop being an embarrassment to himself and his people. He has to go and renounce the fraud that he allowed himself to be used to perpetrate and embarrass Nigeria. The G2j is a perfect, infallible solution. Now it's on the internet. He needs to go and check it out. That he can't come and resolve a problem that has been solved 25 years earlier. That's an embarrassment. Embarrassment to Nigeria. And President Buhari must deal with that immediately. But that will pave the way according to the legislation that was unanimously adopted by Nigerian senators from every part of Nigeria. That there now be a marriage between industries and universities in Nigeria.
Senate motion 1.
What did you say?
Here, what did you say?
Hello?
I said,
Here,
did you say something?
No. I'm just saying, let's Buhari try to adopt that Senate Gagut Senate motion number 151.
Yes.
Let's try let Buhari try and adopt that motion. Gagut Senate motion number 151.
Correct. That's correct. And your voice is extremely important because you speak for your generations. And your generations constitute more than 30% of the voting group in Nigeria. Therefore, President Buhari must listen to you.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Because you voted him in on the political front, but also that your sufferings are totally unnecessary. That's why most of your generations are joining the Boko Haram, because they are suffering. You're not supposed to be suffering. And more importantly, one of the authors of that legislature, that motion, Gagut Senate motion, was none other than Professor Iya Abubakar, that your generation have a lot of respect for. You know he spoke for you when he authored that motion, because it's for your good, because he wants you to be excited. He wants you to have a good life. Even the shutdown of Sokoto had respect. One of our legendary leaders had respect for young Professor Iya Abubakar. Therefore, every leader in Nigeria must have a respect for that genius mathematician. So Down of Sokoto had a lot of respect for Professor Iya. So that's not a small guy. He tried to raise money for the African International Foundation, and then he was being attacked. And, you know, the government needs to apologize to Professor Iya Abubakar. And part of that apology is to implement the Gagut Senate motion 151, so that the youngsters in your generation will have something substantial to look forward to. Not only to have employment, but also to be in a position where they could study Gagut and win more prizes. The Europeans have Nobel Prize and Clem Math Prize to look forward to. But you and your generation, you, Dahiru, and John Glover, you don't have any prize to look forward to. They don't allow you to win. So that discourages you from studying the Gagut and doing more research. That is not righteousness. That is corruption. And President Buhari, who wants to deal with corruption, must consider that corruption number one. He has to deal with that immediately. And because 3 legendary politicians in Nigeria who have credibilities, never mind the Jim Crow sting operation, tried to contradict such a process. Professor Senator Iya Abubakar, you know, his credibility goes all over in the mathematics world, in the political world, in the education world, in academics, in everywhere. Like I said, Sardauna of Sokoto had respect for little young Iya Abubakar, Professor Iya Abubakar. He doesn't support a thing lightly because he's a genius. So President Buhari has to give that a consideration. And even though they were stinging people all over the place, you know, because of his high intelligence, they weren't able to get him. They may have unseated him in the Senate, but they couldn't spare him with any operation. It's a symbol of righteousness. And therefore, it is imperative for the president to stay consistent by implementing a righteous God order that he moved in the Nigerian Senate and was adopted in spite of the enemy forces, unanimously by all Nigerians, because they were thinking about the Dahirus and the John Glovers, the young black people, to have a future. That's why they adopted that motion unanimously. And it was, you know, so you have Professor Senator Iya Abubakar, you have Dr. Senator Dehiji from Abia State, a legendary academician. He supported Professor Iya in that motion. And that's another person who they must apologize to. By the enemy of the black people putting up a sting operation to demolish his name, they must apologize to Dr. Senator Adeheji from Abia State, who close ranks with Professor Iya Abubakar as an academician to try to do something for the young people in Nigeria and all of Nigerians. Only to have the enemy forces try to defame those people. Professor Buhari must take that issue up very seriously, beginning with the implementation of that Gagut Senate motion 151 immediately. It is the only way the young people can be happy and can be motivated. There cannot be any development in Nigeria without motivating the young people that young engineer Dahiru represents and John Glover represents. Nigeria cannot do anything without those people. And President Buhari knows that. So if they're asking you, just like you heard him say a little while ago, on behalf of his generation, implement the Gagut Senate motion, that means they saw what Professor Senator Iya Abubakar and Dr. Senator Adeheji and Senator Ubane did in that motion has been something on their behalf. So they're thanking those three senators that galvanized Nigeria. So when the enemy came and tried to defame Dr. Senator Adeheji, and then, you know, who is supposed to come from where it's supposed to be Biafra, it shows that Nigeria was unified by Gagut. That motion unifies Nigeria. The Gagut Senate motion 151 unifies Nigeria because you have a Biafra represented. One of the reasons for the uprising in Biafra right now is not only did they ignore Dr. Senator Adeheji from Biafra, they ignore Senator Ubane, and they ignore Senator Iya Abubakar. So you can see how the enemy manipulates things. So now the people who saw, which is all Nigerians, who saw Senator Iya Abubakar, Senator Adeheji, and Senator Ubane as heroes, have been slapped in the face by the enemies. That is why they asked for disintegration of Nigeria. So if you want Nigeria to be glued back together, you must not only implement the Nigerian Senate motion 151, Gagut Senate motion 151, but you must hail those three senators. And the Nigerian Senate, what is called the Distinguished Senate, that was a distinguished Senate who passed that motion on behalf of the youth of Nigeria and the rest of Africa. So today you heard their representative in this broadcast, Engineer Dahiru, because you understand the importance of that motion. We praise God. So, and John Glover, you heard them talk on the other side. They are on the same wavelength with Engineer Dahiru. This is their generation. They are the power behind the politics, because the politics is supposed to serve them, not punish them. Right now, the politics is punishing them. Their resources are being taken over to outside of Africa. so as to punish these young people. Okay. So that is the issue. So again, Boko Haram is a fraud, a tool used by the enemy to kill black people. The name is a righteous name, but it's used to do non-righteous things. Like Professor Buhari himself said, the Boko Haram people are godless people. They're godless. They're using a statement that sounds godly, meaning Boko is a haram, so it's Arabic education. And then using it to terrorize the victims of that haram. Boko Haram, President Buhari needs to understand that. And what ends it is the statement for Dahiru and John Glover. That's their generation. They understand that is a fraud to make life miserable for them. And they're not going to take that sitting down. You just heard them. They're not going to take it. They're too powerful for them to do that. And there's more that will come to the surface if things are left undone. They're not going to accept their mothers being demolished. My mother was literally assassinated by the foreigners. She was on the Gagut medicine therapy for 8 years and she was doing fine. When I came to Nigeria in 2004, she received me. She was in perfect health. My brother, who was attacked with a stroke, eventually was killed 2 years after I left Nigeria, 2006. That didn't help my mother. And what happened to us when they actually killed her was she was waiting for me after in a period of time. I used to talk to her every week, usually on Thursdays, Lahamis. She was waiting for that call. When the evil forces, the foreigners, attacked our facilities, tried to kill me, they demolished the phone system and my family members and staff members. They firebombed using a very sophisticated system of a laser. Lasers were used for firebombing my facilities and some of the places of my residence. In the process, they destroyed the telephone systems. And so I was unable to reach my mother to give her a therapy. That led to her final stroke, which she could not survive. So therefore, my mother was actually assassinated by foreign forces who are killing her children in Borno and in the Delta and in the Congo and the Cameroons and in Niger. And especially in Mauritania and Burkina Faso and the Sudan. Sudan was already beginning to pick up some of it. That's why Sudan surrendered the Southern Sudan. They knew what is in Gagut. That's why, again, President General Murtala Mohammed was being recognized. His spirit is on, and he's not going to stop until Africa is respected. Those who disrespect Africa must leave Africa immediately. They don't belong there. That's the God order. And President Buhari knows that. That's what President Murtala Mohammed was telling them. You can't come into Africa and disrespect Africans, the genius race. There's absolutely no room for that. And Sudan was picking up on that. That's why they surrendered the Southern Sudan. Mauritania must wake up. The nonsense of enslaving black people, of pretending to enslave black people, they must stop immediately. And anywhere in the so-called North Africa, or South Africa, or anywhere, or India, where the Hapsis or the Hausas have been persecuted there and called untouchables, or even worse than untouchables, that must stop. That's why you read, young Professor Glover read it for you a little while ago. The letter from Dasgupta, that's from India, in New Delhi. With their caste system over there, Professor Dasgupta was able to hear the God order ordaining a black man talking to you right now with the ultimate intelligence. So he described him on behalf of the rest of the black people as closer to God than any other beings. That has turned down the caste system in India. Therefore, the same thing in Arabic world. The pretext of you calling black people slaves must be stopped immediately. That's a forbidden word. You do not have the brains to enslave black people. It's an impossibility. You're pretending. The only way you can enslave black people is if you can enslave God. It's an absolute impossibility. So you should stop pretending to enslave black people. That's a God order. We've been trying to pretend, which is something you must not confuse for reality. We're trying to pretend to go along for your own sake and for the sake of the Creator who created life. You are so dumb, you don't even know that God does not encourage the killing of life. That's how far away you are, how far below you are, black people, that you claim you are enslaving. You don't know it is forbidden to take a life, which ironically is the basis of you pretending to so-called enslave black people. Like the baby and the parent example that I gave before. We can wipe you out in no time, but we don't consider that as an accomplishment or a power. Just like a parent killing a baby, a 2-year-old, the parent will not consider that as an accomplishment. That's why the parent will pretend to be a slave to the baby. We are too powerful. But we also, because we're the most intelligent, we only use that power constructively by building the pyramid. Go challenge us on that area. That's how you know who is the master and who is the slave. You can't compete with us there. You can't turn the game around to a destructive competition to test who can kill more people. While we can wipe out the entire humanity, we don't see that as an accomplishment, just like God does not see it as an accomplishment. It's a lot of ignorance to teach even a religious setting that God encourages the killing of a life. Number one, if God wants to kill a life, God would not have created a life to begin with. That's number one. Number two, if God feels it is necessary to kill a life, God will kill the life God's self. God will not need you or any creature to kill a life. That's number two. Those two reasons clearly prove that that could not be a word of God that life should be killed. Which brings us back to President Buhari going to his soul and saying, that's a godless act from Boko Haram. It's a godless act. That's not a godly thing. Anytime you engage in a killing of a life, that belongs to the realm of the devil. That's why the black people look like they can be conquered. You can't, it's impossible to, if you could conquer you, the real dynamics of conquering is what God did through me. God used me as a symbolic general to conquer the whole world by giving me the totality of intelligence. In a military operation, you know intelligence is the centerpiece of a military operation. Now you're talking to the one with ultimate intelligence. So you know you can go against such a general. You know that. As the basis of a military operation. That's a software part of it. The hardware part of it is, of course, the building of the hardware. Try to put on the Department of Defense dynamics with regards to the building of the hardware for military operation.
But they're not conceding until I put it up.
So, don't mess with Africans. Africans is committed to the God order, creating human beings. Don't mistake that for a weakness. You'll be dead wrong. Take a look at this document so you get a sense. Take a look at the final report of a research that was done for the Pentagon. Final report of the dynamics of building a hardware for military operation. Take a look at it. Optimum aeroelastic characteristics for composite supermaneuverable aircraft. Supermaneuverable warplane. Grant. AFOSR grant number 89-0055. That's 1989. That's what the black man can do. That's what the black man does. You can look very carefully. Super maneuverable warplane.
Polytechnic University.
That's absolutely correct. Look at the principal investigator with the name Professor G. Oyibo. Africans call it Jibril. Others call it Gabriel. And Audu, that's my name I was born with. That's an African name. Audu. Bawang Allah. It's an African name.
That's correct.
That's right. Other people borrowed that from us. So this is now, go to the DTIC. Air Force Office of Scientific Research is an acronym. AFOSR, that's the United States Air Force. They have Office of Scientific Research, and they select the very best brains in the world to conduct research and defense for Pentagon. What you see here is that the grant Air Force, A stands for Air Force, A stands for Air Force, or AF stands for Air Force, that's Air Force. A stands for Air, F stands for Force, then O stands for Office, S stands for Scientific, and R stands for Research. And this is the grant number.
Grant.
I'd like President Buhari to take a note of that. Show this title again. Optimum aeroelastic characteristics for composite super maneuverable aircraft, as in warplanes. Go down to the. Now again, the very best are given the grant, such grants, the very best in academia. And it's, take a look at this here. Take a look, what does DTIC mean? D stands for defense. T stands for technical. Okay, take a look from the definition here. That's it right there, if you can see that there. I said Google. It says,
here, do you see the Google page up, or do you still see the this part? Let me get into that, because I think they're still looking for this. I'll get it up.
Let's
no, I'm
from the Google to see the
I'm going to put
definition.
something else up now. Just bear with us. Okay, what do you see now, Dahiro?
Can you see where it says Defense Technical Information Center?
Defense Technical Information Center.
Okay. All right. So, and as you said, that Defense Technical Information Center, yes. The homepage provides general information. Okay, you see that there? That's the homepage. But that is the symbol. That's the Pentagon. Here. That's located in the Pentagon. That's the United States Defense Department. That's enough. Go back to that. Okay? Now, that's the headquarters. So, President Buhari needs to take a note of that. And so what happened is, that's the DTIC. Okay, now you're back. You can see that now where it says DTIC, Defense Technical Information Center.
Yes. Since we...
Okay.
Yes.
Now, what does it mean? What does it stand?
This place.
What did you say?
How can... I have a question here.
Go ahead.
So how can Nigeria use the technical this thing to tackle this Boko Haram?
You must
how can Nigerian government?
They have to listen to me.
Technical. Okay.
They have to listen. They have to listen to me, just like the United States government listens to me. Buhari has to listen to me.
Okay.
America wins because they listen to me. That's the stamp here, see? Where it said DTIC selected. Do you see that?
Here, do you see the DTIC?
Now, do you see the DTIC?
Yes, clearly. I can see it.
You can see it?
DTIC selected.
Yes, you see what the
1992.
Okay. What does that mean?
Yes, I can see it clearly.
All right. What does that mean? It means selected, all the researchers in the world that are funded by the Pentagon of America.
Yes.
My research was selected as a highlight. A highlight research. That's correct. By the most powerful defense system in the world. Can you see that?
Yes.
That clearly says there's no reason why Buhari shouldn't be consulting with me. Can you say that?
Tahir, do you see that? Tahir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can see it clearly. Yes, yes, sir.
All right. That's what you must pass on to the president.
Hello.
Yes, we hear you, sir.
Can you hear us?
Sir, do that.
This must be passed on
Yes,
to
sir.
Professor Dambo, to Professor Isa Daura, and Mr. President need to see it immediately.
Okay, I will try and download the whole this thing and pass it to them.
That has to be done immediately, and you have to meet with Professor Isa Daura and go over this with him immediately. I can end the Boko Haram in a few
Yes,
days.
I will meet him this week.
I can end Boko Haram in a few days. I have stalled a collision between America and Russia a few times. Do you understand?
Tahir, did you hear
Yes.
that?
Do you understand that?
So I heard that Russia adopt Gagotical way of solving problems. They are successful. What can you say about that? So
Yes.
that Nigeria will know how Russia follow the Gagotical way and solve their problem
That's correct.
easily.
Yes. You see, Russia has been in tune with Gagut right from the beginning. In many ways, the European countries were picking up on Gagut even before America here. Germany was the cause of the spirit of Göttingen University and the other German leaders, and the spirit of Gauss and Riemann. Okay? They have understood because they were searching to find Gagut. So when Gagut came out through a black man, no, don't get it. You see, so when they found out the secret, if Hitler had this secret, Hitler would have overrun the world. But they were searching. Gauss was searching for Gagut. Riemann was searching for Gagut. Hilbert was searching for Gagut. All those Göttingen people were searching for Gagut. So they were watching out all over the world for Gagut. When it popped up from a black man living in America, they advised the American government to get cracking immediately. It came out in 1990. If you notice from this report, you will see the stamp here, that Pentagon, of all the millions of billions of dollars they funded research work, our work was selected as a highlight, and it happened in June 9th, 1992. That's 2 years after Gagut came out. Can you see that, Dahiro?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's
Around
why
that
I
time,
finished my primary school.
that's right. You see, well, that says you were getting ready. You were ready. If they had allowed you, you would have come into Gagut right away. But because Nigeria was not ready yet,
Yes.
Nigeria was going through, confusion during that period. Nigeria was going through a lot of confusion. So they had no time to talk to me. That's why you couldn't be involved. So meanwhile, Russia and America had agreement, okay, That's when both the Soviet Union broke up.
Yes.
And there was supposed to be cooperation between America and Russia. And because of the evolving of Gagut, both of them found a common ground. So ended up being done in Russia in terms of Gagut. That's another thing. So Nigeria has a lot of catching up to do. It's way for to catch up. So Nigeria was not aware. So instead, Germany, Russia were doing what Nigeria
yanzu ma wani aikin nake yi.
You understand?
Wani abu ya. Aka ji ma magana masu yi. Ta ya gida?
Are you listening?
Wace? Akwai shi yau dai.
Are you there with
me? Sai akwai hadari. Sai na zo da sha Allah. Zan taho maka da saƙonka kam da wannan kala. Insha Allah. Kai kaɗai ya rage ban ba. Zan samu ko 20 ce in baka. Haka nan da haƙuri, a yi haƙuri. Hello.
Okay, are you?
Yes.
Okay. Of billions of dollars funded research. This was selected as a because of its criticality and its importance. So even by the early 90s, the block just because that doesn't mean we are that's an illusion to think we are no exactly it is incredibly down to think like people can be sleep. So well, we have that our role model does not destroy life. So our focus has been in Superman airplane. Even though a lot of we prefer the one that not only the concept of life, but up. That's our focus. But it's taken sign or as a sign of a push over. We are by no means. Which is why we're restricting training to push us into We are constraining them very seriously. But there must be another, as an example, that we can build. This has to be understood. Dahiru, are you there?
Yes. Dahiru. Dahiru, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Dahiru, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
So, Russia has the role of Nigeria. Because the rest of Africa attend Gagut. That's a technique to keep us going, to ended. Because beyond there is nothing that we put our mind to anybody else. It's nothing. The war playing. That's not unclear. And you could take it sense from here. That black people can build war plane. That is loud and clear. And that has been since 1992. The beginning, that's a trivial part of it. But the math fact, in competition with researchers from Harvard, Göttingen, Moscow State, and everything. She'll give you a sense. It's in the hands of people. It's not. So, yes, Nigeria is in a position to keep and the rest of the world's development way. And part of Nigerian involvement, God has ordered through Gagut a permanent Security Council. That's another thing you must tell Professor Buhari. Know that. Invited to participate in security in America. Talk to me before going to such a conference. Because he doesn't have going to that conference. He doesn't know about this one, for example. He doesn't know. If the American government can consult me on the Star Wars as this one here, you will see why Buhari has the consult hero.
The hero, can you hear what we just said?
No, I didn't hear the last statement. Yes, sir.
Please listen.
Document that's in front of you now. Can you see that? Can you see?
The network is hello.
Okay, they probably interfere with the broadcast. You happen not hearing it. Can you see the document on the screen right
when
now?
I download,
what you see here is that that's the pentagonist. Dahiru.
I didn't hear what you said. Hello?
Okay. You comes from the American government, right?
Hello, sir?
You understand that this is the U.S. government. Do you understand that part?
I'm not hearing you. The thing is breaking. I do not get you clearly. The voice is not coming out well.
This is a hear that. Hear
Hello?
that, sir?
Okay, Dahiru.
Oh my God. Okay, it's okay. The voice is okay now.
Is breaking up.
Yeah, it's not now. It's okay now.
Can you hear us?
I cannot hear you clearly.
Yes.
Oh, let me reconnect. Let me reconnect. Let me refresh the.
Okay.
Might have to go to that other screen to see if you can.
Hello?
Right?
Hello?
Yes, to hear. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Screen now.
Yes, the document is on the screen.
Okay. What I was telling you before is this is a government start.
The U.S. government.
You realize, Ahiru,
I can't hear you again.
this of you, do you realize that is a U.S. government stamp?
Yes. I realize.
You realize that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
That's the President Buhari thing. You see that?
He can see this clearly when he holds the whole thing. He can see it clearly. Even without glass, you can see this one. Even if you are 9.
Yes, but we're asking you, do you understand in terms of what they did here in America? President Buhari should be able to do the same thing. And do you see that?
Yes, is able to do the same as Americans did.
But he had.
He should do the same as Americans.
That, in other words, this is, you know, if he's getting nuclear securities to here first before he does that. Understand?
Yes, sir.
So, therefore, people all over the world now, people are
Yes, sir.
okay. Especially on the anniversary of my mother, for the black people, because she died because of this pressure as a result of the burying, as a result of seeing black people die so much stroke, which ultimately killed them.
Do you understand that?
No, sir, not clearly.
Yeah, I know that on the anniversary of my mother's.
The 1 year anniversary of. Yes, sir.
Okay. There is that mother, like a few other Nigerians, who feel the pains of the black people. A pain that is not 90. That you see on the tape, on the screen.
Yes, sir.
The United. Okay. So yeah, if they do that, has begun taking advantage of Gagut already. Not only that is not happening, embarrassment that is going on now with that teacher claims to be a mathematician wasn't able to understand Gagut is a solution to a problem. Even in spite of it not is an president that solutions are perfectly correct. G2j solution to Riemann. We declared that. And Göttingen in 2005 recognized that as well. So Professor Yabaka was not alone, which is put in Göttingen. That we're going to, in the next broadcast tomorrow. Do you understand?
Jahiru, did you hear what was
Hello.
said?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, us.
Earphones, Jahiru.
Hello.
You hear us?
I don't know what if he has a phone.
Can you hear us? Dahiru.
Yes, it's okay now. I can hear you.
All right. But my mother, became a martyr so that among generation can have a good life. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
So my mother's spirit was Buhari, Gagut, as the set of his, because the most serious the G for 2,500. That to by and in the process embarrass himself, embarrass all, embarrass the Almighty God. There's no real mathematics. Understand Gagut as a revelation from God, which follow all theorems in the world, including just Boko Haram, but Riemann hypothesis theorem, which is the solution to Riemann hypothesis, that's the G2j. All equations that represents all those theorems. G-I, God. With so G-I 0 allows you to find the G2. In other words, G2j, the common hypothesis of 0, which was solved in one solution, and the fundamental solution comes out to be G, eta sub n, which Professor Yabaka verified to be perfectly correct. That means that a function of G2j of eta sub 0 exactly solves Riemann hypothesis. By verifying that such a solution to be a solution to every other problem, the Riemann hypothesis was verified in 2004 and 2004 in Nigeria, and even before that, 1995 in Troy, New York, and through any number of other reviews, American Mathematical Society, European Mathematical Society, and certainly by Göttingen in 2005. And that is documented, something we hope to show you tomorrow. So It's an embarrassment for Nigeria to Okpeyemi to play dumb. He wasn't aware of that. He makes himself look small, and by extension, all Nigerians looking small. That's an embarrassment. And that is done in order to keep your generation down, keep you in wars. They say Boko Haram, which is supposed to be fighting the source of Boko, but instead is killing the victims of Boko Haram. So Okpeyemi Enoch is like that. The same thing with Biafra. When Senator Dehiji from Biafra was disrespected, when he worked along with Professor Abubakar and Senator Ogbane to unify Nigeria, obviously there would be no choice other than to go for Biafra. So by ignoring Gagut, ignoring the Gagut blessing, Nigerians and other black people suffer. So that cannot come from Nigeria, that can come from outside. That's the foreign forces in Nigeria. And while, bless you, while blessings from Nigeria can benefit American government, the UK government, the German government, the Russian government, and every other, Senator Buhari, President Buhari needs to be aware of that. Charity begins at home. It needs to help Nigeria. It needs to end the Boko Haram. Especially from every side of logic, the sanctity, meaning the holiness, or the God sanctified eternity of life. God created life. That means it is a holy invention. One of the holiest inventions is life. It's extremely precious. So God has no intention of destroying God's own work. It's like you as an engineer, Dahiru. When you design a piece of an engineering equipment, you give it your best to make sure that design lasts forever. That's what a good engineer does. And God is a perfect engineer. So when God designed life to last forever, for eternity. God has no intention of destroying life ever. That's what you see from Gagut. So if somebody is coming to say that God says life, even one single life, should be destroyed, very clearly in the Gagutical dynamics, that's a fraud. That cannot be possible. That's an impossibility. God never wants life destroyed. Never. So if they say that is in God's name, that's a fraud. And any religion that goes along with that is against God. That's what God has sent Gagut very clearly to deliver to the world. That is the disrespect of God, because it's not even mathematical, and certainly it's not Gagutical. Gagut is the ultimate mathematics, both in accuracy and in size. So that is how Boko Haram is ended. We're going to ask the Boko Haram generals, do they understand the meaning of Boko Haram? If they did, they will not be shooting a black person. Obviously, they don't. So we're going to indoctrinate them and let them understand. If they're fighting for Boko Haram, they must not be killing black people. Even the foreigners who are responsible for Boko Haram, an attempt must be made first to teach them it's not worth their while to do that. That's the approach. And that's a powerful approach. Nobody gains from killings. Nobody. Only ignorance gains from it. But there's nothing ignorance can gain from it. That's why you must take note of this. Africans can design military equipment, the most sophisticated ones. Mauritania need to know that. Sudan needs to know that. Anywhere there's persecution of black people need to know that. India needs to know that. And since this is coming from America, America knows that already. But it's not our style. Our focus can be on destruction of lives. While we could design the most sophisticated killing machines, it is never a solution to a human problem. Intelligence is the answer. Logic, the God order. God being in the head, and black people are the symbolism of the God leadership on the planet or in the universe. That's the God order. That's the only thing that must be followed. And that's the only way to attain peace. Peace cannot be attained by blowing lives away. That's what my mother stood for. So on her anniversary, she wants the world to know that the only way to accomplish peace is through following the God order, which is what was relayed to you on the broadcast earlier. So she sacrificed her own life through the fire bombing with the laser on our facilities and my residence. Because once they disconnected her, I used to consult with her every week. The week she had that stroke was as a result of my being unable to call her because my phone system were destroyed through the fire bombing. But we have to count our blessings because we survived the fire bombing. But we lost my mother, and members of the family were also attacked. And yet we're helping to keep America safe and the rest of the world safe. President Buhari needs to understand that through this report. And this is the tip of the iceberg. So, President Buhari needs to begin a dialogue with America and Russia. A dialogue of peace that understands that black people are the most powerful race. And it is only they that can broker a peace for the world. Because we have no problem ability, destroying the entire planet, given the power in Gagut. But it is why God gave us that power, because God knows that that's not our priority. That's not what we would like to do. Therefore, in that position of power, we can broker the dynamics of peace through Gagut. So being invited for a nuclear security conference is maybe a beginning, but more substantial discussions on Gagut must begin. But for that, President Buhari needs to be knowledgeable about Gagut first. He has to know what is the dynamics. And it has to begin, like you said, Dahiru, with the implementation of the Gagut Senate motion. That's the will of the people. The entire Nigerian people agree that that motion must be legislated, implemented by the Nigerian government. And for a president that is anti-corruption, that has to be his first priority. If that had been done, Okwebi Enoch wouldn't have been embarrassing himself and the rest of Nigerians and the rest of black people like he's doing currently. We know the solution existed 25 years before he probably knew anything about Riemann hypothesis. And if he didn't know that, he could now go on the internet and see an infallible G2j solution, like you, Dahiro, has witnessed yourself. You can teach Okwemi Enoch, you know, about the G2j solution. And that he therefore, pretending he doesn't know it exists, it says he solved 156-year-old. The problem was solved 25 years earlier. 25 years earlier. He didn't know that, and he says he's a mathematician. That's embarrassment. And it's not alone. They claim math is also an embarrassment to humanity by pretending they don't know the solutions already existed, even before they came into existence. Certainly by 1995, where people like Professor Paul Garabedian attended the conference where this was presented, the Gagut was presented. Who is Professor Paul Garabedian? A legend like Professor Iya Abubakar. He obtained a PhD at the age of 20 years old from Harvard University in mathematics. That's who Professor Paul Garabedian is, or was. And he headed the math department of the #2 highest ranking university in the world, Stanford University. He built what today is the math department of Stanford University. That's Professor Paul Garabedian. He's a true legend in mathematics, like Professor Iya Abubakar. Not only did he receive a PhD in mathematics, probably younger than any person else. Person did it at a younger age, but he probably was in a different discipline. But his father was a professor at Harvard, same time. So that may be, you know. But Paul Garabedian obtained a PhD in mathematics from Harvard University. Now, that's not all he has. I can consider him a mentor. If he was here today, he would be embarrassed that people didn't know about G2j solution. And he's one of the few that would understand the G2j solution. What's the basis of that? Well, he obtained a PhD under a thesis advisor from Harvard called Alphonse. Who is Professor Alphonse from Harvard? He was the first recipient of the Field Medal, the highest award in mathematics. Professor Garabedian received a PhD from the first winner of the Field Medals, the highest mathematics prize in the world. That's who Professor Garabedian is. And his thesis advisor received a PhD for his contributions in the understanding of the Riemann surface. How about that? Riemann surface was the research that was first recognized with the Field Medals by Professor Alphonse, who was Professor Garabedian's thesis advisor. Therefore, it's not surprising that Professor Paul Garabedian impressed me as one that understood the Riemann surface better than any other mathematician that I know, including all the other Field medalists. He learned from a person who got, awarded a prize in Riemann surface. And what it turned out is, if Professor Garabedian had looked hard enough, he would have been able to find the G2j solution. Because his knowledge of Riemann surface, by my judgment, was the best. And it turned out God revealed through Gagut clearly that The Riemann hypothesis was about the Riemann surface. Amazing. About the Riemann surface. That's what you saw. That hero saw the other day. You and John Glover saw that during the broadcast on December 28th. The mapping there is the mapping of the Riemann surface. The solution to Riemann hypothesis is nothing but the Riemann surface, a logarithmic Riemann surface. Therefore, we mourn Professor Garabedian's death, because if he was here, he would teach the rest of the world. It was the basis of the Field Medal, because it's one of the highest level of understanding of the complex variables and geometry, the Riemann surface. This is the solution. G2j is an infinite branch Riemann surface, which was the basis of the award of the first highest mathematics prize. So Professor Garabedian's thesis advisor, Professor Garabedian, was my mentor. The contribution of his that impressed me was on the Riemann surface. There's a whole history that will embarrass other mathematicians that are unable to understand this, especially the field medalists. If they know the origin of field medals, they will know that now all the field medals must be given, from now on, should be given to Gagut. Because what motivated the award of the first field medals was Riemann surface. A significant contribution in terms of trying to understand the Riemann surface was the basis of the field medals award. And even with that award, and there's no reason why Professor Garabedian shouldn't have won that award in the 1950s. There's no reason. He studied, he got a PhD from the first winner. And he understood, like I said, the Riemann surface enough to design an airplane wing with the Riemann surface. That's a genius. That's a genius. There's no reason why he shouldn't have won a Nobel Prize. I'm sorry, the field medals for his contribution in Riemann surface. I would have definitely recommended him. And if he was here, the embarrassment that is going on right now with the clay math will not be here. Clay math cannot understand the G2j solution to be an infallible solution to Riemann hypothesis. It's embarrassing, like Okpemi and they're embarrassing humanity, absolute embarrassment. And Professor Buhari and other good, will people must intervene to stop the embarrassment. That's what's happening. So there's a whole lot of connectivity with the G2j, and why President Buhari needs to implement the Gagut Senate motion GSM 151 immediately. And the $3 million must be awarded to Gagut, with $1 million allocated to the G2j, because it's infallible. That means it's a God order, come directly from God. Because it's perfectly correct, like Professor E. Abubakar said. It's over there for the world to see. This is not a private conversation. The entire world, and as I'm talking to you, we're yet to find one country, except maybe in Africa, where people are not downloading and studying the G2j solution already. And not a single one has any problem with it so far. And unless they do not understand, they can't have a problem. The only way they can have a problem with G2j is if they can have a problem with 2 + 1 - 3 = 0. That's what the G2j is. It's exact. You can see the geometry right quickly. John Glover can see it.
Yes.
And if John Glover talked to you, after a little bit, you can see the basics. So it's an embarrassment for Okwayemi, who claims to be a mad professor, to not be able to see that. And by extension, embarrassment for the rest of Nigerians. And Buhari cannot sit by and let himself as a president and his people in Nigeria be embarrassed. And certainly our ancestors. And as I said in the last broadcast, there's Maman Ibn Maman from Katsina. He lived near Daura, as a matter of fact, who was a world-class mathematician. If he was here today, he would be embarrassed, and in his spirit he's embarrassed that the G2j is not recognized by Nigeria in his spirit. And certainly the Chiko bees and the Awoja bees and the O.D.E. George, one of my professors from ABU, who in fact introduced me to complex variables from the, from the Delta state, or rather the River state, or the other state. He was from around that area, was a professor in ABU then. He has since mysteriously disappeared. And Okwayemi is put in there to divide Nigeria into Yorubas versus the rest of Nigeria. The foreigners don't love Yorubas. They don't love any black people. It's an illusion. If you don't know that, try Professor Showumi of University of Ibadan. In 2004, while he was recognizing the Gagut solution to the Navier-Stokes equation, he went on the board and celebrated it and asked questions. That's a Yoruba segment. While all Africans are the same people, you want to just pick a name. That's a Yoruba superstar in mathematics. Professor Showumi used to head the math department in University of Ibadan. Professor E. Abubakar had an undergraduate, although it was called the University of London then. But it's what today has become the University of Ibadan. Professor Showumi headed the math department over there. It's a Nigerian professor hailing from Ibadan area. That means he qualifies to a Yoruba. If foreigners love Yorubas very much, we will be able to explain why he mysteriously disappeared. Shortly after he showed his rejoicing of the Gagut solution, the G2j for the Riemann, for the Navier-Stokes equation solution, he mysteriously disappeared. Apparently was assassinated for commenting positively on the Gagut solution to Navier-Stokes equation. Okwayemi Enoch needs to see that before he gets used to divide up Nigeria. Nigeria were unified. The enemy is coming to put a wrench among Nigerians. It's not about ethnicity. It's about the people united by Gagut through the God order. And the enemy being jealous and being, in a position where they believe in the divide and conquer, they will try to create a difference. To say it's the Yoruba versus the rest of Nigeria. Just like they tried to say Igbo versus the rest of Nigeria. They disrespected, like I said, Professor Showumi, his death needs to be investigated by President Buhari. Especially after he congratulated God for the blessing of the solution to Navier-Stokes. So the foreigners don't love Yorubas or Igbo or Hausa. They like to see us suffer. They like to divide us. But we need to wake up. Don't get caught up and be used to divide your people up. We are not divided. We are unified by God. They glue together. A part of the message is to send the evil forces a message that Nigerians and Africans and black people cannot be divided. You have professors and Senator Dr. Adehiji and Senator Bane unified the entire Nigeria. And on the review of Gagut, you have Professor Showumi from Ibadan, Professor Animalu from University of Nigeria and Suka, and Professor Abubakar, from previously from ABU. They all agree on Gagut. Exactly. Don't push or require me to pretend to be dividing Nigeria. That's one thing all Nigerians agree on is Gagut. Anything to the contrary is an attack on Nigeria, and that qualifies for a crime against humanity. That needs, the foreigners need to be persecuted in the so-called war court. If the war court, the ICC means anything, rather than trying to fake a case against President Buhari, the assassination of a Nigerian who were trying to understand Gagut is a crime against humanity by foreigners. ICC need to prosecute the foreigners for that attack on humanity. That is the real case, if ICC is real. You can't be persecuting President Babo in Ivory Coast while you are murdering Africans everywhere. Foreigners are murdering Africans everywhere and causing turmoil in Nigeria, in Boko Haram and everywhere else. That's not right. In Gagotical eyes, that is saying clearer than 2020. Very loud and clear. We try to keep peace here. This is document here and evidence of that. Not to make sure America is protected. You can't go and be destroying our people. Doesn't make any sense. To destroy our people, won't be here to protect America. Just like if you destroyed Carver, everybody will starve to death in the South. But our people need to know what's going on. Our people need to know what is going on. There must be peace. And Gagut is that peace. Gagut is the peace. If anybody wants peace, there must be Gagotical. So on the anniversary of my mother, these are some of the messages. The message that she would like the world to hear. She made the ultimate sacrifice, the result of the terrorizing of the Gagut facilities and our residents. And it's a good thing she never heard that, even though, maybe she heard it, and that's really what gave her the stroke. So in effect, she's a Gagut martyr. And along with her are Professor Showumi of Ibadan. That's a true Nigerian black legend in mathematics. Along with Professor Showumi is Professor Animalu, who is now scared to death. After he reviewed Gagut, he's scared now. When we invited him to come into the Gagut conference to see the presentation of the G2j, he was scared because he knew what was happening. They were crashing airplanes with people who were doing something for Gagut, who was so afraid to fly. A Professor Animalu of Nigeria, the former head of the National Mathematics Center, former president, Professor Dambo knows him. So even Professor Awojobi mysteriously disappeared also. I said the Professor Chiko B, who was in Nigeria when I came to Nigeria in 2004 before he transformed on, and Professor Animalu told me how he had briefed him of Gagut and how he was delighted. But don't you know he was disrespected before he transformed on? The proof that he presented for Fermat's last theorem, which the foreign enemies of black people were very rude about. They were calling it a naive proof of Riemann hypothesis, trying to disrespect him. A person with a PhD in mathematics from Cambridge University, even if that's all he did, must not be disrespected. But they tried to ridicule him. And Gagut has a piece that will show their ridicule was a dumb effort. He cannot be disrespected. We don't know that his proof had any errors, but even if there was any errors, Gagut has a way to prove that if he had lived long enough, he would have actually corrected those errors. That's that piece. That's where our focus needs to be. They're pretending to favor one ethnic group over another. That's a fraud. That's a technique of the enemy to destroy us. That has to be seen. And young Opemi has to be educated to stop allowing himself to be used. He has to follow the footsteps of Professor Showumi. He wants to be a Yoruba star. That's a real star. And he didn't go against Gagut. He didn't pretend. He didn't say, look, he's going to come up with a Navier-Stokes solution. No. Okay? He said, Professor, you've explained the details to me. That's what he said. And he's old enough to be a father, maybe a grandfather to Opemi enough. That should be his role model. And the assassination of the black people worldwide, not even non-blacks, is not restricted to those. Professor Postmaster General Musa Arbungu was also assassinated for putting Gagut on the Nigerian postage stamp. A lot of persecutions have been going on, both in Nigeria, the rest of Africa. Okay? Over here in America, Reverend Professor Ingram mysteriously disappeared for compelling the Miami-Dade County to present Professor Yibo with the key to the county, a large key to the county, Miami-Dade County. For that, he paid the ultimate price. His life was destroyed. A lot of persecutions have been going on. I have a Professor Nebraska, who mysteriously was assassinated in BPI, Virginia Polytechnic. The so-called the hero of the BPI massacre understood Gagut. He recommended Gagut for both Nobel Prize and Presidential Medal of Science. And he mysteriously disappeared. Then to Professor Iya Abubakar, he lost his Senate seat after passing this motion, which is a historical document. Okay? And out of the Nigerian Senate motion, Gagut Senate motion 151 was followed by Senator Agbo's, and Senator Gbane's, follow-up bill, the Nigerian Senate bill, GSP 59, which is another bill that must be legislated and implemented by President Buhari. These are the path to not only the peace in Nigeria and Africa, but the entire world. And the process, Nigeria must take the leadership position in making sure there's peace on the planet. Those are the steps that are very critical. Nigeria can, if Nigeria ignores G2j, there will be fueling corruption rather than solving corruption. That's definitely not what is presented as President Buhari's intention at all. That's why, President Buhari needs to see, number one, that our commitment to world peace is not limited to Africa alone. This document shows you that we're interested in peace in America and in the entire world. So, but I can be, uplifting America and trying to ensure peace in America while my home country and my home continent is being burnt. While corruption in terms of ignoring the Gagut revolution is happening in Nigeria, that is not consistent. So whatever foreign forces are behind this, they need to back off. They're not serving anybody's purpose at all. Trying to create a division in Nigeria is anti-God for sure. And those disrespecting black people must stop that immediately. So that is the essence of the message from my mother on her anniversary. So now both you and Brother Glover and you, Engineer Dahiru, you can ask questions. And perhaps anybody who would like to join us, if we're still on YouTube, can call in. They could, join us and ask questions. So Dahiru, are you there?
Can hear us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you can ask some of your questions.
Yes, sir. Clearly.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Question is that the next question that I have now, how can Gagut bring ways to reduce unemployment to our youths? Because that is the main problem that is causing all this insurgency and all of that insecurity. Now, like in Kaduna now, we are facing some terrible things, that is kidnapping. You are at your farm, you will just see people, they will just come and catch you and they demand like 1 million, 2 million, up to 5 million. You have to pay ransom if you like to get your brother or your sister or your uncle, all that. Even this week, they tried to kidnap one big man, is a former speaker to President Era Economic Matters. How can we implement Gagut on this matter?
Yes. Now, again, it saddens me to hear that. But it relates to what I had said before, which is that idle minds, the idle minds, minds that are doing nothing, are home base for the devil. Devil's expression of ignorance or something that is destructive. So the solution is to teach Gagut. They need to see this video. Kaduna, that is why radio, television, Kaduna.
I will make a copy to Governor El-Rufai so that he can see the solution.
That's right.
In this kidnapping matters.
Exactly. El-Rufai, if it's the one that
He's a former minister of Abuja during Obasanjo
yes,
regime.
I remember him, and if I'm correct, I think he has some kind of connection with one of the legendary Nigerian leader. Used to be the former defense minister. Those this when we're younger. Okay, I think he has some kind of relationship with that defense minister. So he's supposed to have a lot of reputation because that minister was very highly reputable. Okay, so he needs to see this, and he needs to go to Radio Television Kaduna. I used to, as a young person out of high school, I worked in the Radio Television Kaduna. You would tell them that I say they need to air this. That is a God order. The NTA needs to air this in order to prevent such an embarrassing situation. There's no reason why people should that is totally un-African. That's not our culture. Africans don't go kidnapping people. We don't do that. So this is foreign. So first, they must be introduced to Gagut through airing this. That's another message for also President Buhari. President Buhari has to take more control of the NTA and other information systems in Nigeria. The whole idea of broadcasting systems and other media is to propagate righteous news, God news to the citizens. News that enlighten people, that uplift the people. That's supposed to be the purpose. From what I'm hearing, and since 2004, 2005, the censorship, that's the denial of access that has been imposed on Gagut, is responsible for this problem that you just talked about. If people were seeing Gagut on their screens, they will understand kidnapping is forbidden in Africa by them seeing Gagut. If there was a Gagutical marriage between industries and universities and other technical colleges and other schools, the people who are kidnapping right now will be so busy designing engineering systems, designing rocket systems, designing and building airplanes, they will not have a time to think about kidnapping. Therefore, implementing the Gagut Senate motion 151 and the Gagut Senate Bill 59 will help end the kidnapping. They need to come into the faculties of technology like you and John Glover to write thesis on Riemann hypothesis. The solution is all over the world. Is that him it wasn't? That's him?
Couldn't see him logging in, so that's why we're going to have to invite him myself.
Was that him?
His 2 emails.
All from him. All from him.
Just wait till see the screen because he's not there. If he was complete.
Oh, okay. Okay, are you back with us, Dahiru?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. So what I was saying is that Gagut is the solution to the kidnapping in the whole of Nigeria. Number one, because by implementing the Gagut Senate Motion 151, it will give the youth a sense of pride. The Buhari has to see the war of corruption, and El Rufai, who has been in the business also, okay, they have to see the war of corruption has been two sides, two dimensions in the minimum. One dimension is to punish corruption. That's one. You can punish people who are corrupted or who are corrupt. That's one. Another dimension is you have to recognize. You have to recognize excellence. It's two ways. You punish corruption, but you must reward righteousness or excellence. Those are the two complementing sides. Together they end corruption, and people will be able to live a godly life. You can't be just punishing. So far they hear President Buhari as punishing corruption. They need to see him rewarding accomplishment, righteousness, and excellence. That's one of the places where the Gagut Senate motion was implemented. The people who are corrupt, when they see the award of $3 million to Gagut, they would drop corruption and begin to study Gagut in order to win their own $1 million. But if you're not rewarding Gagut and you think you can end corruption, that's never going to work. There is a reactive and a proactive. You like people to pursue excellence. That's proactive. The mere punishing of corruption does not automatically lead them into excellence. So people, if all you give is punishing of corruption, people will become resistant to the process. So they'll go to prison and come out, they will do it again. On the other hand, it's like what is said about when you want to teach a person who is drinking from a dirty glass, you put beside the dirty glass a clean glass. You point them in the positive direction. That is excellence. You like them to pursue excellence. The intelligence which they're using now to pursue corruption, for example, stealing money. Somebody steals $1 million and sends it to a foreign bank. And so you say, well, we're going to punish you. Another way of solving the same problem is to say, look, if you use that intelligence you use in maneuvering the dynamics to steal the money, to solve a Boko Haram will give you $1 million. You don't understand. he will prefer to use the same intelligence to solve the Boko Haram and win the $1 million, which will become legitimate. Something he could even put in a Nigerian bank. He doesn't have to put in a foreign bank. That's what Gagut recommends. But it has to begin with the recognition of Gagut itself. Like I said before, a lot of people have paid the ultimate price for Gagut to come into Nigeria. I remember staying in my hotel room in Abuja when I arrived in 2004. And I remember Postmaster General Musa Arubungu sending a couple of youngsters to my hotel room to deliver a message from him to me, to say, look, he said to me in a writing and said, look, we've done our research and we know that Gagut deserved to be put on a stamp and that he was going to implement it. That's what Postmaster General Musa Arubungu, and his death, like Professor Showomi's death, need to be investigated. And all the almost 100 Nigerian lives and perhaps other foreigners who were crashing at it, including the son of the Sarki Muslimi, the Sultan, and all that. The senator there then was on that flight. He was also crushed and killed. So we lost a lot of, Nigerian stars. Apparent effort of the foreign powers to stop Gagut. We lost Postmaster General Musa Arubungu because he put Gagut on the stamp. The youth who he sent over to me are not happy with his death. Or Professor Showomi, who mysteriously disappeared because he praised God for the solution, Gagut's solution to maybe a Stokes equation. And lots of other Nigerians that have suffered. And on an international scale, I just mentioned Professor Librescu, Professor Eugene Brunel, who they allowed to lead to death for telling the truth. So it's a global dynamics. And what those global forces need to understand is to take a cue from Göttingen, the headquarters of the European supremacy. For them to recognize that it takes a whole lot. And like Brother John Glover said, they painfully, had to, put Professor David Hilbert's work on number 24 because Gagut was the only thing they believed belongs to 26. Although 24 is pretty close, but that's their own son. That's one of their legends. Guy who supervised 69 PhDs in mathematics. Most of them all stars in mathematics in their own rights. So the rest of the world need to take a cue from Göttingen University as the headquarters of European supremacy. So they can't be embarking on killing people who are trying to celebrate God through Gagut. So the youth will now need to learn about Gagut. They will be excited if they hear the announcement of the G2j solutions, because they would want to go into studying of the G2j. I know I can speak for you and John Glover. You'll be delighted to pursue that kind of endeavor. And by extension, your friends who are now busy kidnapping people will abandon that immediately. They will they will vacate the Boko Haram camps and come into the faculty of technology and industrial park and begin to work on the building of the Nigerian nation, the marriage. There's no nation there until there's a marriage between the universities and the industry, and thereby provide jobs for this youth. But it has to be with Gagut, because Gagut is the basis of every industry. Just like the GM1 M2 minus FR squared of Newton, okay, provided the basis of the Industrial Revolution and the building of the British and the European currencies. Nigerian currency is at the weakest point right now, just like the British currency was at the weakest point when the formula, the Newton's formula, appeared. President Buhari needs to learn from that historical experience. Professor Isaac Newton, when his formula came out, the British government understood the significance and the relationship between that formula and upliftment of the British people and the building of the British economy. They were able to realize that. After the crash of the Wall Street of this country, the American government was able to see how the E minus MC squared was going to help rebuild the American Wall Street. So they brought in Albert Einstein, just like the British brought in Newton, Sir Isaac Newton. They made him the master of the Royal Mint and made him the master of Trinity College, that's education, and they made him an honorary member of the British Parliament. Einstein was offered the presidency of Israel. These are historical lessons for President Buhari right now. He cannot disengage from Gagut. It will contradict his whole essence. The British Prime Minister did not disengage from Newton, just like Roosevelt did not disengage from Einstein. Buhari cannot disengage from Gagut. He'll be embarrassing himself. And he will not help himself, his reputation, his country, his young people who voted him in. He will not be helping them. The young people went in and begged President Obasanjo or President Yar'Adua, who was trying to do something, but because he wasn't well, it was hard. They actually met with Vice President Goodluck. They told him to teach them Gagut. But that, unfortunately, it didn't happen. That obviously helped, contributed to his losing, Goodluck losing the election. President Buhari needed to learn from that lesson. The youth are not people to be ignored. They are over 30%, 33% of 34% of the voting group in Nigeria. So he didn't pay attention to them. He lost the election. They're also the big base of Buhari's winning the election. They want Gagut. You just said it a little while ago. You spoke for those youth. They now that the Nigerian Association of Nigerian Students, National Association of Nigerian Students, they wanted Gagut in their schools. They like to study the G2j right now. They're waiting for Buhari to certify that, say, look, recognize it. Every university will be learning it. The rest of the world are studying the G2j solution. Buhari cannot wait for any second in trying to, in other words, you see, when Sir Professor Newton was giving a free hand to deal with the British economy, he specifically took on the counterfeiting problem, because the government gave him a free hand. The government told him, okay, help us solve the counterfeit problem, which is the economy and the currency problem, which is exactly what is the problem of Nigeria right now. The corruption is equivalent to the counterfeiting of the Nigerian currency. The counterfeiting of the British currency was solved through a formula. The same way that formula is Gm1m2 fr minus fr squared is equal to 0. Was used by Newton to solve the counterfeiting problem and thereby the currency problem from British UK. And the E minus MC squared rescued the American dollar. The E minus MC squared is equal to 0, rescued, saved the American dollar from collapse when the Wall Street crashed in 1929. The dollar was demolished. Therefore, the destruction of the Nigerian naira through corruption and lack of productivity now can only be rescued by Gij, J equal to 0. President Buhari needs to understand that. The kidnapping, the insurgency, the uprising, the Biafra, the Delta, all of that are speaking to the absence of Gagut. With Gagut coming in, which needs to begin with the GSM1 151 implementation, followed by the GSB 59 implementation, that will bring the industrial park and the Nigerian nation, Nigeria as a nation, where the industries will be married to these universities, where, for example, that will begin with the production of the distilled water. That's so fundamental. And since the refinery is located in Nigeria, expanding the refinery to produce enough water to be distributed at a very affordable rate to every Nigerian and all Africans and the rest of the world will give these people who are kidnapping people on the street right now jobs with dignity. And the kidnapping will stop immediately. In fact, if you show them on the radio television Kaduna and the NTA in Kaduna today, those youth will begin, they love me, they know me. They know me. They love me very well. They were excited in ABU, in Makurdi, in Abuja, in Ibadan, in Owerri, in Ayangba, the Kogi State University. Everywhere I go, the youth were looking for me. And it's global. They're waiting for Buhari to become Gagotical. And if he has any doubts, not only must he consult, and the minister I was talking about, the minister with, I think has connection with El Rufai, is Ribadu, one of our earliest black minister of defense in Nigeria, Ribadu. Okay? So he should understand, as a result of the legacy of Ribadu, El Rufai, if he's the one that I'm thinking about, who has some connection with Ribadu, one of the earliest early ministers of defense in Nigeria. So he has to mobilize the people that voted him in office, the youth, people in your generation, who are dying to be involved in Gaga. And the G2j will be a great a great program for them to get involved, but Buhari must recognize it right now. The world is waiting for Buhari to recognize the G2j solution. That will give, if you go on our website, you'll see a proof of how the computer securities depend on Gagut, on the G2j solution. Therefore, it will help the unemployment, it will bring security, it will put Nigeria in a leadership role in terms of this computer securities. In the process, all the graduates, not just from the computer science and applied math and physics and others, but all other disciplines will have a role. So people who are graduating from those universities and other technical schools will come into the industrial park and be getting jobs. That is the true God order. That is how you solve the unemployment and the kidnapping problem. That's the only way to solve the problem. And like I said before, that will give them the clean glass approach. But President Buhari must recognize the G2j and Gagut through the Senate motion, because Senate motion said, set up the African International Prize of Science and Technology. You cannot wait for Jim Crow to do that. Jim Crow wants to bring war into Nigeria. Jim Crow is not interested in recognizing Gagut, because for one thing, Jim Crow is a reaction to Gagut. Because by Gagut being revealed by God as a solution to all mathematics problems, there was no need for clear math. So they have to pretend to ignore Gagut for them to justify their own existence. For that reason, they can't honor Gagut. That's why they're putting up Okpeyemi and up to cause confusion. Okay, they talk about the next Einstein when Gagut is more than 1 trillion Einsteins. Do you understand? It's infinite number of times multiplied by Einstein to get Gagut. So but that's the illusion of their dreaming, pretending that that's clear math is like international court, where they have the nerve to try to, how can I say it, charge President Buhari with crime against humanity. Okay? That's a lot of nerve. And in part it's because Buhari is not really taking Gagut as serious as he's supposed to. So he needs to really change that situation. Okay? Jim, clear math is nothing but another version of ICC. They have no justice for black people. Absolutely not. Because if there was such a justice in the clay, they would have awarded all the prizes to Gagut already since they came into existence. Because the spirit of Riemann, the spirit of David Hilbert, and spirit of Gauss, all those are the brains behind Riemann hypothesis. I've already recognized Gagut in Göttingen. So Clay is trying to discredit itself by trying to go against such a decision from Göttingen. There's no reputation in Clay. And them bragging about they are the ones that decide, if Riemann hypothesis is solved or not. That is so empty and so stupid. The spirit of Riemann has already recognized the G2j solution. The spirit of David Hilbert, who first proposed Riemann hypothesis as an important problem, has already recognized Gagut because it's next door to number 24. The recognition of Gagut as producing the G2j was on number 26. That's evidence his spirit has already recognized Gagut. And certainly, Gauss, who was the grandfather of the Riemann hypothesis, the spirit was, you know, understand that. Gagut was the center. That's a place, you know, Gauss is supposed to be. So that's a symbolizing of the essence of Gauss at week 26. That's the center of the celebration. So that means he has recognized the solution to the Riemann hypothesis. So Clay is there fooling around. He's only destroying whatever little credibility they're supposed to have. You know, and unless they wake up to realize that they're going to undo their whole existence, because the world is watching, you know, and Nigeria cannot allow that to have any place at all. That's why the announcement, implementation of the GSM 151, the GSB 59, and the awarding of the African prize as a result of the GSM 151 to Gagut, not only for Gagut itself, but the solution that come out of Gagut, like the G2j. That needs to happen immediately. That's the dynamics of how they can begin the process of destroying corruption, of reviving the Nigerian economy. In the process, the Naira will begin to gain power. Because right now, there's a counterfeiting, the devaluation of the Nigerian Naira. And like the two formulas strengthen their respective currencies, the British pound sterling was revived through GM1, M2 minus FR squared, and the dollar was revived through E minus MC squared is equal to 0. The GIJ, comma J equal to 0 not only revives the Nigerian Naira, but it will keep the Nigerian Naira the strongest currency in the world. That is how the unemployment problem will be, can be solved. It's the only way to solve it right now in Nigeria and the rest of Africa and the Black world and the rest of the world. That is the answer to your question, Engineer Dairo. If you have more questions, let's hear it.
The hero. The hero, did you hear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, if there's any part of your question that I didn't address, please remind me. Okay? Did you hear what I said about implementing the Gagut motion, Nigerian Senate motion 151 that provide for the African International Prize to Science and Technology, one of which not only should be given to Gagut for the formula itself, but solutions to Gagut like the G2j to Riemann hypothesis. Okay, you saw the solution on the 28th of December, didn't you, Dahiru? Did you see the G2j solution to the Riemann hypothesis? You saw it, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, what did you think about the solution?
I saw it.
What did you think about the solution as an engineer? What's your impression of the solution? Dahir, are you there?
So I have another question. Hello?
Go ahead. What's your question?
How Gagut can help Nigerian government on agriculture again? Because the focus on Nigerian government now, agriculture is among the government. So how Gagut can help Nigerian government on agriculture?
Okay. The way Gagut, again, it comes from the industrial park. That is, the Gagut industrial park will help Nigeria on agriculture because that's a very fundamental strategic part of the economy. More than half of our income go into food. Therefore, agriculture is extremely, very critical. But agriculture cannot be the old-fashioned agriculture. It has to be a mechanized agriculture, where the work we used to do with our hands now must be done by machines. So just like Newton provided a revolution to machines, the Gagut Industrial Revolution will now, you understand, it will amaze you what Gagut will do with agriculture. It will amaze you. That's another reason why Buhari needs to talk to me immediately. And his ministers need to join in the teleconferencing. They need to visit us over here. If President Buhari is in America, he needs to break off from his trip and come on down to Long Island to see me, so I can give him some of the tips on how Gagut can revolutionize agriculture in Nigeria. Okay? Machineries needs to be constructed. That has to be part of the Industrial Revolution. You need to fabricate the agricultural machines, you know, that will tilling the ground and, you know, doing all those things. Should be a lot of fun. It shouldn't be a sweat at all, because you use machines. You could even use robots. You could use robots to do those agricultural things. Human beings, it can only be on a supervisory level. I mean, just, you know, even the remote, you can use robot to do the toiling, I mean, the tilling of the ground, of the soil. Robots can be used to do that. So you don't require human labor at all. It should be a lot of fun. And once you till the ground, you know, the seeding and all that could also be done by machines. The weeding and everything. The agriculture has to be totally automated. You know, mechanized and automated. That's how Gagut needs to come in. And on the distilled water, John Glover has a distilled water machine design.
Yes.
That would use a solar system, which have abundant source of it in Nigeria. Okay? Now the same solar system, a solar power system, can help the agriculture. Okay? You know, and in agriculture has to be done organically. That is how Africans do business. You don't need all these poisons in the agricultural dynamics. Okay? A.B. Uzaria used to have the agricultural program. That needs to be enlarged. And every state needs to have their own systems. Okay? Every local government needs to have their own, you know, system where they produce the food, you know, gagotically. Okay? And there's a lot of revolutions that can occur. Okay? So that is how Gagut would help. But it will have to begin with the recognition of the G2j, because the G2j goes a long way to reestablish our confidence in ourselves. See, an evidence of the need for that, apart from the ones that I mentioned before, in terms of it came from God. God cannot be disrespected. You don't ignore God's order to allow the devil to perpetrate fraud. That can only lead to the destruction of Nigeria. That is not our intention. So President Buhari cannot sit by and allow that happen. Then it will make his job of dealing with corruption impossible. That in its own right is a very serious corruption. For you to see a God order of an infallible solution to a problem, which Professor E. Abubakar and a lot of others have already verified to be the case. Because when you solve an equation, you solve an equation for a unified theorem, perfectly correct. That means you've solved every problem in mathematics. Exactly. It's not like you solved an approximate version of it, or you solved the problem approximately. Professor Yabak said it is perfectly correct, both equations and the solution, because both of them were presented. And he watched in ABU. I saw him with his jaw dropping, and he was watching it with his hand on his jaws. He was mesmerized by it. He was struck by it. So when he came up from the podium, he gave a press conference. And we have a documentation of that. So you're embarrassing him by not recognizing that. That's why he co-authored the motion. And he wanted to see that done over 10 years ago, over 11 years. Okay, as a matter of fact, getting to, more than 11 years. So President Buhari, wanting to revolutionize agriculture, must engage Gagut immediately. Okay? Just like Gm1m2 fr square minus fr square is equal to 0 of Newton, revitalize the economy of UK. Okay, and obviously must have had impact on the agriculture. Incidentally, Newton's stepfather was an agriculturist, was a farmer. Okay, so I'm pretty sure he would have, helped his father with agriculture, with his formula. The same way the Gij, comma j equal to 0 will revolutionize agriculture and feed our people and give them their dignity back. They will stop stealing, because food is one of the primary reasons they use the money to buy. They don't like to starve. But because there's no productivity in Nigeria, especially productivity of agricultural foods in Nigeria, people are forced to steal money for the foreigners and get a little tip for it. And like I'm glad to hear that he is embarking and focusing on agricultural revolution, because our ancestors have a saying that says, "No ma ya yanke talauchi." I know you are a young man. Perhaps you have heard that saying before. That's an African proverb. Dahir, have you ever heard that before? He just disconnected him.
Yes, just a second. Let me see if I can get him back.
Is that him?
No, it's not. Turn the camera. Did you hear what Professor Igbo said before? Dahiru. Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dahiru? Hello?
Yes.
Dahiru,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
did you hear what the professor said?
Yeah, I can hear.
No.
I
Did
can
you
hear.
hear what he said before?
No, I didn't hear what he said.
All right, just a second. Just hold.
because the network is cutting off, so I don't. Hello.
Yes, just a minute.
Okay.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Just bear with us, dear.
Okay. Hello. Okay, Dahir, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you hear a proverb, an African proverb that says, "No ma yeah yanke talauchi"? Have you ever heard that before?
Sir, you said?
Have you heard the proverb that says, "No ma yeah yanke talauchi"? Have you ever heard
Yes.
that before?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. So,
Even me, yeah.
huh?
I used to go to farm. Even today, I go to farm. By the time I come back, it's already 4 o'clock. I join you people. And even tomorrow, Friday, I'll go to farm.
Very good. Very good.
When
So
you come to Nigeria, if you want to see, we located at Kaduna, so we can go to our farm and you can see and give us advice on the farm.
Okay, so that is, you see, that is our proverb in Africa, and we were feeding the whole world. Okay, so because farming destroys poverty, and so then therefore it means that we are not going to be kidnapping people anymore. You see, once our agriculture is working well, we will have no reason to kidnap any people. When our agriculture was working, we never kidnapped people. Okay, so that's, and now what happens is, what we used to do with our hands, that is now going to be done by Gagotical machines. Okay, so we can even use robots. Robots will till the ground, that will, will cultivate gero and all the other stuff, the other plants and other, agricultural, so that's what we're going to do. That is through Gagut. The design of those machines are very simple to do in Gagut. Okay? We use computers, we use computerized and automated agricultural equipment. It's going to be a lot of fun. and we're going to eat properly. We're going to eat, you know, our food is the best in the world. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Our millet is the best in the world. And it's and the yam and doya. The doya that we produce,
Doya.
yes, is the very best. Even John Glover likes that. John Glover will tell you.
Yes.
He loves our yam from Africa. It's the very best. It's better than any other yam in the world. Okay? And then pura. Okay, John Glover has stated the pura we brought from Nigeria, and he knows it's the best food. Okay, right, John?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but that means our
Let him visit Nigeria. I'll check out that.
So when you come in here, you're going to be bringing us all those stuff, okay, from home, okay? So, but we, you know, we need to embark on a large-scale agriculture, gagotically, where it will be a lot of fun, it will be very interesting, very enjoyable. You understand? And we're going to feed not only everybody in Nigeria, but everybody in Africa and the whole world. Okay? We are the greatest agricultural scientists in the world. You know, one of us, Washington Carver, one single black person, okay, fed America. He saved them from starvation. That's a black man from Africa, okay? So we know we are the geniuses in agricultural science. That's why our ancestors have that proverb, and I'm glad that as a young man you understand that proverb. And now John Glover understands the proverb too. So that is you, your generation is coming along. You're coming into Gagut, and that's why, oh, and another thing, you have to have the Nigerian musicians, the young musicians, to sing about Gagut, just like it's happening here. Okay, there are 3 songs now on Gagut. Okay, like the one that is singing about Baba Masalachi, they need to sing about Baba Gagut. Do you understand? Baba Masalachi, do you understand? So they need to sing about Gagut, you know, for the youth to dance to Gagut. Do you understand?
Yes.
So that will bring awareness to about Gagut to our youngsters, and it will bring back the hope to the people. So then the nation will be built through this coming together of the universities and other schools and the industries. They will produce and even process food, agricultural products. Okay? And we know it can be done. Number one, because it was done before, way before foreigners come into our land. And secondly, more recently, there's a Fula leader in Burkina Faso, okay, who was the head of government there when President Buhari first came into power. His name is Thomas Sankara, okay? He's a Fulani guy. He's partly Fulani. So if Fulani can create agricultural sufficiency in Burkina Faso, you know it can be done in Nigeria, right? We have Fulas in Nigeria as well. Fulani people in Nigeria also, okay? So if a Fulani can revolutionize agriculture in Burkina Faso, Fulani and other people in Nigeria can revolutionize agriculture. The Yorubas, the Igbos, you understand? The TVs, you understand? All the people in Nigeria can embark on the industrial revolution, agricultural revolution is done again.
the same time as going on based on so far?
I don't know for sure. I think that's when it started. He hasn't responded yet.
I think there is a good chance we're going to take on in year 2.
Not while this thing's running. Not
Yeah.
here anyway. I'd have to go to the other computer to do that.
Okay, when you do that with it, talk about siege, that's very cool. Because I'm afraid they can probably cut it off already.
Can you come back?
No. What happened?
I don't see it up here.
I told you, right?
Oh, there it is.
What?
It's there, right there. It didn't show up on my computer, but it's here. This is the fourth one.
But look, I want to see the title. Got in.
So it's not playing, but I think it's because we're on. This is the machine that's recording us, so I can't play from here.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Okay, let's see if we can catch him now. Let's send him another one. Let's see. Customers and spend time.